Hello, everyone. Scientier here with Path to Exile. My first playthrough with my level 45 Inquisitor in the Heist League. Let's contact the server. You can't see that saying contact the server because my face is covering it. I do want to make an overlay as a potential additional option. I just forgot about it between the streams last week. Can't see my hand because it's over there. I just forgot about it between the streams last week and yesterday, and there's no time yesterday because I'm super busy on Tuesdays after the stream as well. So, anyway, where were we? I need to visit Nico's mine encampment. I need to travel to Harvest and find Malachi's organs. Well, let's go see about finding Malachi's organs so we can play some sweet music. I cleared out my inventory. See, I did some rearrangement. I moved my gems over here and reduced the number of bottles I got. It's a nice song. Let's just get into the action, I guess. The harvest. Let's see. I need to summon my friend. I'm currently using my static weapon? Sure, that's fine.
Before we walk this path together, it's important that you understand one thing about me. I don't regret a single thing that I've done. I set out to raise humanity up from the cloying mud of its fleshly ignorance. My mistake was not in the aspiration, but in the execution. Now I intend to correct that mistake. Really, I'm not helping you, Exile. You're helping me. So, have you found those juicy organs for me yet?
This Minotaur has had better days.
Malachi knew exactly what he was doing when he created the Rapture. His primary concern, get inside the beast and take up the reins of true power. And his second objective, incite a cataclysm that would wipe the very thought of resistance from this land.
Hey, salty grease.
The beast is the source of all thaumaturgy, the one power in this world that transforms what is real into what is imagined. The entire world is now at the mercy of one man's vision. It won't be the future I imagined, and it won't be the future you imagined either. While he remains within the black core, the only imagination that matters is Malachi's.
Okay. I mean, you probably didn't hear me if you're in the middle of switching. Okay, I need to go find some guts. And other things? There's a whole list of things, really. Oh, wait, no. This was the Black Core. Okay, that gives me my quest. You must kill all 3 of Malachi's guardians and deliver the organs to Piety to access the Black Core. I don't like a black egg, I suppose. Okay. Dodri, Malignaro, and Chevron. Now, I will defeat Chevron and the tome she drops. I have as a thing, so it's clearly around here somewhere because my prophecy is active. Boy, I've really set up... Okay, so Dodri's arena is down that way. Well, let's go poke my nose in that, I guess. Dodri Dark Tongue. Hey, mana guy. Holy shnikes. Well,
embrace death, Deirdre, for your flesh was your undoing.
I found Malachi's lungs. My lungs breathe the same air as the foolish and the weak. May I be yet another step removed from them. Well, hello, Managai, for as long as you are here. That was, I need to find some more random enemies to kill, because, woo. I need to recuperate my charges on my flasks. I did put in a hallowed life flask. But I have these because they have additional recharge things. Hey, Salty Grease. Welcome now being real. You're no longer imaginary. Let's see. I don't feel like I have to attack very many times for my attacks to be highly effective. But yeah, I need to remember that I have Fortify on my jump. I haven't remembered the things I did during yesterday's stream. And one of them is this now strikes like multiple times and stuff. Which I don't entirely know the full consequences of. Ooh, very convincing bots. Well, they've done a really good job. So, this actually brings up a really interesting question, I guess. Because, like, okay, I assume most people are familiar with Data from Star Trek, right? So it's like, what is the difference between... Because, like, people talk about artificial intelligence, right? Like, Data as an artificial intelligence. I personally actually draw a distinction between an artificial intelligence, which is something that's meant to mimic intelligence, and digital intelligence, which is an intelligence, like a proper intelligence that's digital. And I think there's a distinction there. Baba Booey. I think that distinction is kind of important.
Dissection time. Open up. Open up. Could have made you into a wonder. Your God-given talents were wasted, Malagaro.
My heart forces blood through my veins, but one who may bleed may die, and death is no fitting end to genius. I like the part where I have almost no mana because I'm reserving like 90% of it. He was a lot easier than the Deirdre. They have a lot of EA in this game. It's actually quite impressive. But yeah, anyway, so I say something like Data is not an artificial intelligence, he's a digital intelligence. Whereas the Federation computer is an artificial intelligence. At least as far as I understand it. And I draw a distinction between those two things. Because a digital intelligence is, you know, like a computer that's actually intelligent and not just pretending. Not just appearing intelligent, but actually has the essence of it. I think I need to go this direction. How are y'all doing today? Hope you're doing well. I know it's more at the end of the day for a lot of you. These things are deeply unpleasant. Malachi's dedication.
On this day, the eve of this rapture's completion, I honor those who have passed, and whose passion and knowledge have brought us to the brink of salvation. Inquisitor Marigaro, a creative force without equal. Juron of Ambra, an athlete of transcendent sensibility. Deirdre Tacta, an idol of fervor and dedication. You taught me far more than I ever taught you, my students, my friends. We strove to make a greater world together, and in your memory, I shall make that world a reality. Malachi.
Your final HVAC. final later today. How many finals do you have to have for HVAC? Wow, these are some dedicated smugglers. It's nice to be towards the end of that, though. Just the language of your final for HVAC is. Like, what? One per class. This is the very last class before certification. Cool. Well, I hope it goes well then for you. I mean, I hope the previous ones went well too, but it sounds like they're in the past, so. Definitely important systems to have working properly. Chevron's Arena.
I shall preserve your beauty for eternity. Such lovely material. Such lovely material. Beauty shall prevail. The estate holds the
You are imprisoned by your own vanity, Chevron.
Beast's Valley.
And she had Malachi's entrails. My organs tether me to mortality like a chain. This chain holds me from my true potential. I guess I'll pick up this sword. I feel like I should be able to arrange things in such a way that I can pick up this mallet too, but it really doesn't. It's not worth the effort. And that brings me around in a sort of loop. Yeah, okay. And I can head this way to get back to Piety. Here, have some organs.
So tell me, heretic, is yours a compassionate God? I doubt even he has room in his divine heart for such an unusually talented sinner as me. Just so we're clear about this, I'm not doing this for him anyway.
Okay, well, enjoy the guts. I need to go offer some stuff to the merchants. Nice target. I got personal files. I was in touch with a mate of mine when he got recruited into some secret squad. Just want to see how he's doing, eh? These gloves are my jumpin'. I like my jumpin'. And I'm kind of happy with my current arrangement of things. Yeah. No. Silk slippers. The Fate Trail. How'd you like shoes called Fate Trails? %30 increased elemental damage. Wow. 17 to int. 10% increased spell damage. And they do some additional fire damage, which I assume is getting buffed. This feels like a okay scepter if I was wielding scepters, but I ain't not, so. Although what I am doing is hanging on to these rogue markers. Okay, let's sell you some stuff. Thank you. What do you say about the mines?
Deshret's banner flies at the mine's entrance, and now the darkness gapes. hungry and expectant. Our red Sekema sealed that gate for a reason. Not simply to prevent the beast from reaching out, but to hinder those fools who would disturb its slumber. And here you are, about to be swallowed by that darkness. Let us hope the beast doesn't notice your passing. The Gemling Queen has given of that black life of hers. For what? To wound and wake the beast that should have been slaughtered in its sleep. Diala's path would lead us into Cataclysm. Follow your own path from now on. Hundreds of our Dakara have fallen to Vol and his legion throughout the years. They died defending their Akara. Now Vol is gone, killed by an outsider. You bask in the glory, Exile, while I honor the dead. As we give strength to the outside, we grow weaker on the inside. First, there was Pataris and Vanya. Now there is you. It shows how little faith Oriath has in us, in her own Akara, that she would treat blackguards and exiles with such admiration. Oriath is my Sekema, my commander. I am her Dakara, her warrior. I defend this Akara as Oriath sees fit. Whether Oriath is fit to see what is best for this tribe, it is not for me to say. May fear guide you.
Do you need help with something? Emperor Vol is dead, for good this time.
And the entrance to the mine stands open. I suppose you'll be heading down there
To free us from the sickening supremacy of Nightmare.
I was going to say to kick some Nightmare ass.
I think I put it better.
Of course you did, sweets. Diala saw the mistakes of the past with her own eyes, and now she's given everything to fix them. Right, Vanya?
I don't know, Pataris. I saw people die for each other in San. I saw clarity, resolution in their eyes. In Diala's eyes, I see ghosts.
Those eyes have seen horrors that we can't even imagine.
Maybe. But this sacrifice of hers, I think it was more like a deal, and Diala didn't quite get what she bargained for. Piety. She still lives.
Then she needs to die again.
Permanently this time. I honestly don't know who I am more scared of. The beast or that black-hearted witch.
It's the combination that scares me. And it should scare you too, Exile. You killed the Sword King?
Duresso wasn't actually alive, Pataris.
Duresso must have thought he was alive.
True. Thinking and being, a bit of a blurred line here in Rayclast.
Exactly.
An interesting point. Bunch of amulets and stuff. They do sell a few more things here now. Greater volley support. Support skills that fire projectiles from the user. Well, I don't do much of that. Yeah, I'm not really that interested in most of this, but at the moment. It's good to know that they have slightly increased their stock.
Let me tell your future. Wisdom and knowledge are not one and the same. The Queen's...
Okay, well, let's seek some more.
The Archbishop plays witness to his own cold death and cremation.
You will defeat Archbishop Joffrey while holding a Realm Shaper. I don't know what Realm Shaper is, so that's unlikely until that changes. Go back to the harvest. Oh, Piety's off and vanished.
I actually find myself admiring you in this moment, Templar. You and I will create the most beautiful of nightmares together. Rather the hallmark of God, isn't it?
Heidi is having a real time of it. Well, he decided she was more trouble than she was worth.
This is what I get for trying to be a bloody savior. I've seen, felt, been things that you can't imagine, heretic. And I don't regret a damned moment of it. So go, finish what we started. And when I find out if this god of yours is real or not, I'll be sure to let you know.
No need, piety. Just you go and see for yourself.
Now, let us see if you truly understand what it means to be Nightmare. Accept the gift of immortality.
Having flasks that recharge when I take critical hits is very useful in here. Oh, I need to take this out. They have to give you ads here to fight. Just that way you can recharge flasks.
Accept the gift of immortality. You are being selfish. Nightmare is the true eternal. Why are you so in love with death?
Oh, and then he goes down. Bye, Malachi.
You fought against death your whole life, Malachi, when it was the one thing that would grant you true immortality.
Well then, time to talk to some people. Because I think I just moved plot forward a lot.
What do we call you now? Savior? Messiah? Just remember this, Templar. Your faith didn't kill the nightmare. You did. You will be remembered.
I am proud to be part of the Order. Your Order, my lord.
And I am sorry. I should have had more faith. I've always believed in God. It's just that, until now, I didn't think the Templar did.
I guess sometimes it takes a miracle. Something to prove that we're not on our own in this world.
True. Thank you, Templar, for reminding me what it's like to believe. It's a luxury that I haven't been able to afford.
Yet it's something that all of Rayclast can have now.
That's an interesting set of dialogues. Interesting.
Good luck.
Oh, thank you. Some gear I don't particularly need, but let's... Oh, this is not a bad shirt. I mean, my current one has better link-ups, which allows me to have my crazy Herald of Purity that I'm quite enjoying, but... Wow, there's a lot of stuff on this hat. Maelstrom Cowl, Aventail Helmet. Some energy shield, some lightning resists. Mind Slicer. Yeah, this is some sort of sword. Yeah. I don't know how I'm supposed to be pronouncing it when it has an umlaut over that like that. Maelstrom. This 21 dex. Bunch of additional damages. Havoc Wrap, Latticed Ring Mail. I mean, this one's not bad, but I don't have much need for it, so I'm just gonna sell. I'm gonna sell these things off. I have too much of a tendency to save stuff that I don't need, so.
What do you want? You will be remembered.
Let's go talk to other people. I don't know what's next.
You're going to tell me that you didn't kill the beast? That it was simply your god acting through you? Please don't. I fear I might be ill upon your self-righteous toes. No, Templar. You did this. The oh-so-ordinary man who shall be heralded as the Chosen One by the adoring sheep of Oriath. Yes, Oriath. Upon the mountain high, a gateway has opened. One that shall lead you back to your flock. Hurry. For as the death throes of the beast soften and still, I see the gate beginning to close. Continue to believe in those lies, Templar. It brings out the best in you.
We have a lot of different things to say here.
When a boil is fat with infection, it glistens with the luster of false youth. Lance that boil, and it weeps its corruption away and shrivels to nothing. Whether by purpose or desire, you are the physician who has revealed Diala's truest nature. Keela rides more swiftly and strikes more truly than any other Dekara here. If only she could learn to think as swiftly as she rides and speak as truly as she strikes. Better and worse are judged not on the talents one prizes, but the talents one needs. Pitadas and Vanya, two mouths that speak from one mind. When together, they express some quite interesting thoughts. When apart, well, half a thought isn't really even a thought, is it? In destroying Vol, you have avenged many a pretty bloodied nose around here. Well done, you.
Weird lines.
Dodeso was always a good man at heart, chained to an eternity of love and triumph. You set him free. Nightmare gave Kaom everything he ever dreamed of. How did it feel to make that dream die? Upon death, our bodies return to the ground. Those that are marked with darkness nourish the corruption. Those that were mighty in life are stolen away. They are carved and crafted, manipulated with malevolent creativity into becoming Malakai's servants, forged into ghasts of pure nightmare. If Deshret were able, she'd thank you for dispatching her tormentors, Malakai's wicked little trio. You have to content yourself with my thanks instead. Deshret has been avenged, as is the way of the Madaketh. Tidiness helps one sleep at night, don't you think? The corruption will pass.
A lot of interesting, dialogue going on here.
The righteous shall inherit. Vol said that in a candlelit sermon on the eve of Cataclysm. The only smart thing that idiot ever said. The only time God actually agreed with him. My Malakai is dead. I knew it, felt it, understood it the moment you struck the final blow. I was the Gemling Queen. And now my king is dead. We dreamed only the greatest dreams, Malachi and I. A truly eternal empire. Eternal life. Eternal love. A future no longer afraid of the past. Eternal lies. Eternal loss. Those are our true gifts to Rayclast. This land could not have asked for a worse king and queen. Rayclast leaves the past behind it now. Malachi's past. My past. It thanks you, not a cockroach. It loves you. I wish that I could do the same.
So, Colonel, so it'd be like the sound? Like Maelstrom? Maelstrom? Something like that? Am I catching that correctly?
They all leave me.
Just a player standing over there. I thought it was like a servant with a shovel.
I was right to have faith in you, Cursebreaker. You have succeeded where we have failed. You have slain a creature that was thought to live forever in the minds of those who came before you. Vol, Daresso, Kaum, Deshret, the greatest champions Rayclast has seen in the last 300 years. You stood where they fell. Now you are the champion of champions, and Rayclast should bow at your feet in gratitude. You certainly have my gratitude, and that of my Akara. We have been exiled from our land by fear and misguided duty. Now we may return, to ride where we will, live how we wish. Cursebreaker, giver of freedom, we thank you.
Hey, Fear. Good to see ya.
Go where you are needed.
You just missed me killing Malachi. If you hadn't. If you've only just arrived. And suddenly I'm having lag spikes. I bet. Frankly, it felt a little bit easy compared to what I was expecting. Hang on. Let's go to the Northern Forest. I'm supposed to encounter a beast there. I mean, you can go check the VOD, I suppose. It's a strong half an hour start, though. Where's the Northern Forest? That's all the way back in Act 2, isn't it? Boy, I'm gonna end everything here. Like, by sneezing at it. Where does the beast lurk? There's the Vol Ruins. The Dread Thicket. I think I've been there already, though. It's a great name. My Heralds of Purity are on fire, and I enjoy it. It's weird. I feel like my character is way better at dealing with hordes than single targets. Just with the way I have them configured. Okay, I've got plenty of room for those things. Ooh, a whetstone. Okay, my mark's up this way, it looks like. Arturus.
The Feral Lord's cold breath imbues and empowers the beast in the northern wood.
Excellent. Now I just need to return this button. Okay, looks like I should probably just head kind of this general direction. Stuff is just popping around me. I'm gonna switch over to this weapon. I feel like explosions. Okay, so that fulfilled that prophecy. I still don't know where the heck I'm supposed to find these guys. Axiom Thunder Guard. Yeah, where? This is the prison guard. You'll track down a powerful Axiom Thunder Guard. He'll drop a unique item when slain. Is this something that's just, like, occurs in specific areas? Is there a way that I can, like, make this one happen? I've had this one forever, and I just don't know where to go for it. And it hasn't, like, popped up on me or anything. I'm gonna go to my hideout for now, though.
Let me tell your future. The kind gem cutter scattered his beautiful craft for the paupers, but greedy hands hide them.
You'll discover 20% quality gem. Oh, interesting. Let's close that panel. Either the upper prison in A1 or the Chamber of Sins in A2. Ah, okay. Man, I'm looking forward to making another character and just doing things differently. Like, I've enjoyed this guy a lot, don't get me wrong. But, like, I am on a very specific path, and so it makes me excited to see what other paths are like. Yeah, this is the only other one I care about identifying. +1 to level of socketed melee gems. +9 to strength, adds a bunch of cold damage, etc. I still really like my ridiculous Herald of Purity. I like this helmet's skin.
Greetings. Go with courage.
I don't see a cowardly dog around here. You have 410 axe for the story done. Yeah, I have no idea. I think I want to go to the Chamber of Sins. Or the Chamber of Sin. Where is that? Over here. I never found the portal there. But I'd like to get this guard found. That feels a little bit... Yeah, whatever that works. I still quite enjoy my complete lack of, or like how much of my MP is reserved in an amused sort of way. Oh. Yeah, sure.
Love hunting. Do not worry, little beast. We are friends now. The first ones look upon this capture with pride, Exile. You hunt well.
What is even going on? Okay. Yeah, sure, that's fine. Well, now I have to go find his other things. I guess this belt's fine to pick up, because it's nicely in the inventory.
Do not worry, little beast. We are friends now.
For now. There's 5 beasts here.
We will be best friends, beast, until we slaughter you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just really funny to look over here and be like, oh yeah, and my entire mana is reserved except for like a few points. It's just enough. Like, I have enough mana to do the things I need to do. It's just really, really funny to me just how much of it is ends up reserved. Okay, so I want to go in there, but like I said, I kind of want to finish our hunter buddies' hunts since they're here. What I'm really interested in is a more like physical build. You know, one that's more physically damage oriented. But I'm also interested in one that's like spell casting. Like, I have some spells on this guy, but I feel like there's a lot of potential that way that I just haven't explored yet, and I'm curious to. Again, there's just a lot of different directions you can take characters in this game, so. Where is this last hunt? Yeah, I think there are some that I've seen even. There it is.
That was a hunt you will not soon forget. You're welcome. Goodbye.
Pretty sure I will soon forget it. It was just, you know. It was just a hunt. Gotta kick over that rock, even if it had nothing useful underneath it. It's mandatory. Wash our feet. Walk into the lake. Okay, somewhere in here there's a warp pad and I just never found it. I see that I do not have the prophecy active here though. I'm not sure which floor to expect it to be active in. I would kind of like to find the warp point, but there's something that I really enjoy about just like walking into a group of enemies, performing one attack, and seeing the entire group fall over. Basically, I want to make a strength dex character, and I want to make a int character. some point.
I am no beast of burden.
You're not. Okay, that's fine. I don't need that. When Einar was first released, you actually had to pick up nets. And when the beast was low on HP, throw it yourself before it dies. Kind of like Pokemon. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, that would be really, really irritating. Because it's so hard to, like, control. The number of times you just accidentally kill the target would just be astronomical. Like, look at that. I just insta-gibbed an entire group of enemies. There's no way that I wouldn't, like, accidentally do that to a hunt. Like, having to build yourself, like, to not one-shot things so that way you can capture it is really awkward. Oh, yeah, I'm sure. What floor should I expect the thing in? I feel like it would be a later one. Ah, here's the waypoint. Ancient Reverie device. I never found this in my previous time here.
Inquisitor. If you attempt to transmogrify a virtue gem without the proper mental preparation, you will be a puppet master working strings made of vipers. Remember, these gems are phantasms in crystalline form, alive, with volitions inscrutable. Master conscious dreaming, as I instructed you. Your death would mean little to me, Malagaro. It's what your demise could unleash that concerns me. Malachi.
Interesting. He kind of changed the story a little bit. Yeah. I just wanted to find the waypoint because I had the dot that showed me that there was one that I didn't do anything with, or that I hadn't found previously, and I did find it this time, which I'm glad about. Now that I have that unlocked, I can go... You know what? I should probably clear out my inventory, actually, since I have a waypoint right here. I feel like I generally want to ID these. If they are yellow. At what point do you like, maybe I don't need to ID every yellow? Dire thirst. Okay, forced encampment. Let's drop by here again.
What troubles you bring now?
There we go. I have a few flasks here. Yeah, these are just not worth hanging on to.
Speak. What do you want? Exiles.
Okay. Floor 2 was down this way, so let's go this way. How many floors does this have? Just the 2? I'm not getting anything showing up here either. There's a trial of ascendancy. I'll poke around here a little bit more. I don't remember how many floors this place had, so. Doesn't hurt to uncover it. That's right, that's right. Maybe it only has the 2. Maybe I need to go back to the prison. Well, that place is going to be fairly inconsequential. Yeah, because there's the transmutation device thing.
I bequeath this transmutation device to you, Inquisitor.
You can turn it off again, eh? Yeah, because that's what you had to come down here for. There's some quest item that you got off of that. Or maybe it was just advancing the quest with Tolman. I don't remember. Apparently you can't jump over there. I don't know. I think I'm going to go back to the prison. Because there's not another floor here, I don't think. Monster level 16. I'm not quite sure what that means. I don't know why I'm running. I have so many portal scrolls. I should just do that. I don't have grand flasks, right? Yeah, everything's better than that.
What troubles you bring now? Going?
You sound so disappointed.
There is so much yet to be learned. Fare you well.
Yeah, I could go back to the Chamber of... Sin. Yes, no. Would there be an advantage to... I mean, sure, I'm not the best expert on some of these systems, so I'll see if I can figure out. I assume I just like would control click on the thing. Yeah, now, because now I have to go find the floor too. Thing again. I don't know why I'm picking this up, but why not? Get out of my way, fighters. I think I just did a big old loop, which does not help me much. Well, that's a dead end. Ditto. All right. Maybe over this way? Nope. I assume that green goo... Yeah, that makes sense. I assume that green goo is like some sort of like poison or something, or... But it doesn't seem to be doing anything to me. Despite its presence. Okay, here we go. New, please. Okay, no prophecy. Interesting, I can just keep spawning them. I assume that they have a cap and would eventually expire, right? Are you sure it's this one that the prophecy can work for this one? It's the right area. Well, I mean, I can wander around a little bit. I can open a strong box. That was fairly quick. Yeah. Like, that part I knew, with the auto close. It's just like, I'm surprised it doesn't have more of a maximum cap feel. More contracts. There's a trial of ascendancy. So it can show up. Like, I'm in an area where it can show up. It's just I've gotten unlucky and it hasn't been showing up, or... Hmm. Hmm. Ooh, an orb of regret. They're all sparking bones everywhere. Boy, I'm feeling kind of invulnerable in this area. It's like they're not even getting through my shield. Yeah, okay, so seems like something might be going wonky with it, or... I got some space. Oh, there we go.
The guard holds the key to unleashing the storm.
Got there. Yeah, that was strange. Carved wands. You can never truly tame the Tempest. You can barely even unleash it. Well, that looks like that might be a good tool for another character at some point. Yeah, I saw another like axiom thing there. Okay. Let's just TP out of here. Okay, so what does this wand do? 15% increased spell damage, 41% increased physical damage. Adds 1 to 43 lightning damage, 25% increased mana regeneration rate, +1 to maximum power charges, 34% chance to gain a power charge on kill. Well, one of those mods is not very good. A bunch of them are pretty solid, though. I suppose this would be good for a early caster. Ish. Requires level 12. Where's my hoard of stuff for future use? Okay, I'm just going to get rid of stuff with bad, like, quantities of things. Yeah. I don't know. This bow has so much additional elemental damage that it makes me inclined to like it, but like these aren't that amazing. Sure, that makes sense. Okay. So the keepy things. Yeah, let's.
Speak.
Yeah, I don't need this sword because it doesn't have linked sockets, so who cares?
Exiles.
I feel like I should feel the same way about these bows. This axe is kind of cool, though. I'm going to keep that axe for the moment. Clear out a few things. Yeah, because I don't think I need these bows.
Make it fast. Return if you must.
Okay.
Hello. A full pocket, severed, spills forth like a struck spring.
Overflowing witches. You'll slay a foe who erupts into currency. That sounds good. Oh yeah, I need to go do the thing with Nico, I guess. I have a couple where it's like while holding a certain weapon, and I don't even know where to. Also, this one. Where the heck do I find Kaduku and Kadaka? I have no idea. This just doesn't give me any clues. Okay. Well, for now, let's go check out this mining thing.
Looks like shite, eh? Well, don't judge a mine by its entrance. Eternals used to pull all sorts of goodies out of these rocks, and they never had my secret weapon. Just inside the mine shaft is my creaky little crawler. Took one of the old Eternal torture devices and repurposed it. Oh, it can still tear your skin off like peeling a fruit, but hopefully it won't try to. Instead, it can lay down a daisy chain of lights powered by that voltaxic sulfite. You'll want to be on the lookout for more of that, mind you. This big beauty next to me, my pride and joy, feeds Crawler with refined and purified sulfite, and it's capable of taking all sorts of the raw materials strewn below ground and turning them into sources of light and explosives. How about you head underground and follow the mechanical little bugger to an azurite vein, eh?
Okay. That sounds
Ta-da.
good. Some of these icons are definitely there.
This is Crawler, capable of scouting out a few of the valuables hidden down here, but needs your muscle to get to them. Tell it where you want to go, and try to stay alive till you get there. Crawler will burn through sulfite on the way, and we ain't made of sulfite, so choose carefully. How about you follow it to a nearby azurite vein, eh? Make sure you stick near Crawler's light. Believe me, you don't want to get dragged into the darkness.
I believe that. Okay, so we're here. little candle on the map. That amuses me. Oh, wow. They ain't joking. They are not joking. Man, I wanted to collect all that stuff too. Okay, you know what? I'll worry about this later. Let's just continue. Man.
Hello. Gold without, gold within. Blood comes in many colors, but the gilded always bleed gold.
Kind of sucks to like have the environmental effect sort of end things like that. It's like, oh yeah, you got this prophecy fulfilled that gives you a bunch of currency items, but oh no, you didn't stay on top of the thing because you're busy trying to collect the loot. Wait, where do I need to go? Access the ascent from the eastern side of Highgate. Maybe it helps if I read the quest log. There's the mines. Wait, the eastern side is over there. Hang on. Oh, past them. Okay. Yeah, I can tell you. Definitely do not want to go into the darkness. It is pretty devastating. Vendigo. This reminds me of early on. What is that? The cliffside. The ledge. This reminds me of the ledge and the climb. Also, I need to reactivate my things because I totally died there. Yeah. The mountain. Jewel of potency. Charmed by beautiful stones, consumed with the pursuit of perfection, even deeper into the waiting dark. This might be a good helmet. And these guys have really long snouts. How are people liking the heists? I feel like they're the sort of thing that, like, as a new player, they're not really interesting to me because there's just so much game to explore in the first place. But I feel like they would be really helpful for
This'll do nicely, Exile.
allowing some variance and stuff to like the experience of like long-time players.
Greetings.
Yeah, I'll look into the mine stuff more later. 4 to 5 to 4. It just feels... I think the thing that, like... The fact that it's a side area makes it feel really, really disconnected from everything else, whereas, like, Einhar and the prophecies and stuff have been more integrated. But I don't have a...
Gold without, gold within. Blood comes in many colors, but the gilded always
What did I even supposedly get that prophecy was fulfilled? I don't actually see any loot. Okay, I see this sword. Like, I don't even see loot that I could... There's a bad cutlass there. Yeah. I think before heist, because you need really solid knowledge about crafting mechanics to use the league content. Yeah, no, everything's gonna hit people differently, for sure. For me, like, playing through the game, I'm less interested in heists, like, as a new player. Like, the prophecies are interesting, but, like, as a new player, I'm just kind of, like, interested in just playing through the game and stuff. But, I mean, I have no basis for any sort of comparison. Like, this is the only form of the game that I know. I just know that I'm not that interested in heists, and it feels like it's just filling up my inventory with the things that I don't want to bother with right now. It was considered extremely brutal from a difficulty standpoint. Ah. Attributes rank 2. If I was using Dex, that sword would potentially be interesting to me. But it's like, I'm not interested in doing a bunch of low-level heists either. I mean, you need to look at those gloves. Oh, more mining stuff for him. I don't know, my main thing on heists, I guess, is that, like, as a mechanic, I just am not... Like, I'm more focused on other things than trying to do them, so... I just feel like it's like, oh, and here's another thing to stick in your inventory for theoretical use. I think for me, a lot of it is just like, I don't have a particular desire for a side thing currently, but I can absolutely see that being the case later. So. And like, if you have a particular build in mind, you're like, oh, I want to go find a bunch of good loot, like heists seem really good for that. And I'm just in a position where it's like, okay, I'm just kind of getting a feel for things. I think it's a reasonable idea, for what it's worth. With my main issue being getting all of the heist contracts and those kind of like filling up my inventory with heist contract, I feel like that direction didn't actually go anywhere. A lot of guys jumping at me. You only need to keep the green contracts around. For the other ones, there's a special locker to stash them in the Rogue Harbor. Ah, okay. I didn't realize that. That's the other thing, too, is it's just like it's not... There's a lot of stuff going on there that I'm like, okay. I guess you just haven't taught me yet what this means. Take this cairn. I'm going to knock these cairns over. Oh, weird cairns. They're all hollow inside. Where am I even trying to go right now? That way, I think. Or over here, maybe. Anything over here? Nope. That's just a dead end. Wait. Wait, there's a somewhere over here. Maybe this leads somewhere new? Haha! Well, I found a lift. Open everything is such a Guild thing to do. It's really funny to see. Yeah. Can I activate this lift mechanism? I've gotten a couple of like achievements and stuff for like full clearing areas. Okay, that just loops around there. Oh, there's an area over here I just completely missed because it's this little nook. I see. I'm really curious to see where the story's going now because I just don't know. Like, you have the escalation up to Dominus, and then you're like, okay, we've extended it with the Piety returns, and now it's Malachi that you're dealing with. In this beast creature thing, yeah. It's like, okay, but where do you go from here now? We've killed the beast. Like, we've come in, we've killed Cthulhu.
Another good find.
Mission complete. You have gained 2,983 Master Favor. I have no idea what that means. Yeah. Like, I got in that part. It's just like, what is it gonna mean? I'm curious to see. I'm curious to see where it goes. Kinda where I'm at. Activate the resonator. It tells me there's a lore thing to... Oh, there it is. Instructions.
Altitude is imperative to forging a stable connection with the Prime Resonator in Theopolis. Power source is equally vital. Locate a fissure in the mountainside and lower a conductive cable into it. The deeper, the better. It will take an immense amount of thaumaturgical energy to execute the successful disintegration and transmission of objects, both inanimate and animate, between Highgate and Theopolis. For that kind of power, we must tap the origin. I needn't remind you of the consequences should either of those elements prove deficient. That is why I would like you, Tavares, to be the first to test the resonator once it is operational. Accountability is the perfect counterweight to ambition. High Templar Dominus.
I see. So that... I see. Favor is currency used to buy hideout decorations from masters and increase the deco level. Yeah, it's Z. I accidentally pushed it and made it hide things. You're right. You are correct. Okay, so... let's activate the resonator and travel back to Oriath, I guess. If you cannot use a gem, placing it item will make the item unusable or whatever. You've entered the slave pens. Oh man, I love that blasting residue. Return to Oriath. You have successfully reached Oriath, but are trapped in the slave pens. Find a way to escape. Yeah, I probably... Those gloves are worth looking into more. Okay. I wasn't sure to Y and Z being switched. Ah, yeah. I use a QWERTY keyboard. If that helps. A bindle. Okay, I don't know what they just... the top row is QWERTYUIOP. QWERTYOOP. As opposed to Dvorak. But you might have different... somethings. Ow. Ooh, my increased duration support for my defense. Which I need to remember I have. Yeah, Infernal Legion. Burn everything with my minions. Court Z is mine. Oh, okay, interesting. Something's not going right here. Just saying. I see those hands in that grate. I have come to uncover a mystery. Truth Extractor. That's a new way to title a torturer. Has there been a single thing not gone wrong in this world? I mean, video game worlds tend to have everything going sideways. It's kind of in their nature. Hang on, I got a bunch of gems I can upgrade. Let's see, I was working on my staff thing. Yeah, I think I can finally start going in here. More accuracy and more attack speed with staves. Sounds perfect to me. I feel like I might need to get more MP regen with something, though. Did that just whistle at me?
The kind gem cutter scattered his beautiful graph for the paupers, but greedy hands hide them.
Interesting. But yeah, this world's definitely more screwed up than some. Indoctrinated slave. Well, that's not... Oh. Frightening. Zap. Hey, an Orb of Chance. And some very, very sockety boots. Bindle. Bindle is such an odd word. Bindle. Or I guess it's even if you count the number of characters in it. Math jokes. Resist cold, but has been made vulnerable to fire. You do not want to be vulnerable to fire around me. That's the combustion support doing its job. Oh, hey, ladder. Hey, Navali.
The Mother of Death watches over the city with great interest. You have joined us just in time. Before you lies a great many paths, each walked by a different life. But each must come to the same end. Eventually.
Yeah. Ooh, wow. Okay, I have a bunch of prophecies fulfilled. Oh. Oh. I must be out of silver coins.
See you.
They don't drop as often as I would have expected. Let's see. The question is, do I want to try making these boots work for me? These are 142. Yeah, this is not... Because these are highly connected. I might want to try to make these gauntlets work. I kind of want to stick with the spells in this, but I'm not really making good use of it either. What is this one? This is the Withering Touch support. Supports attack skills. Well, it's not relevant to this character, so I'll just stick it in here with all the other... And I also got this one, Tempest Shield. Enchants your shield with the power of storms. Okay, well, that's cool. This character doesn't use a shield, so it doesn't do anything. Okay, so my question is it worth it to try to do stuff with those gloves? These are not amazing. 1 to 2 physical damage and 1 to 5 lightning damage to attacks feels incredibly insubstantial when I'm dealing 1,662 damage, 0.7 DPS. Like, the damage numbers that I have on this, the little bit from this doesn't feel like it matters that much. 12% increased attack speed is pretty good, though. And 3 mana gained on kill is actually kind of important. I don't know. I'm not going to worry about it that much right now. My Summon Holy Relic... and my Molten Shell. Yeah, I don't really feel like I want to change any of this at the moment. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna sell these off. I'm not gonna worry about it. I'm not sure I'm gonna sell them too. So let's talk to people first.
Templar murders Templar. Not a pretty sight. But it was enough to get this sorry lot up and fighting. The Tormented One promised us a sign. You're not quite what I expected, but then, who am I to argue with Kitava, the immortal slave? He speaks through you, Templar. He tells us that we shall be free. Utulamakora is what they call me, and I have the miserable task of being chief to this lot. Well, I put the steel in their hands. I tell them where to stab, where to run, where to die. If that doesn't make me a chief, what does, eh? Blood isn't the only currency we need to earn to buy our freedom. We can kill all the Templar mongrels we like out there. It won't matter a damn if we don't get inside their stronghold, the Templar courts. Might as well put my bloody chains back on right now. Problem is, there's some sort of witchery surrounding the place. Only those who see the truth with faithful eyes are getting in there. The power of innocence. It's all in the eyes, you see. Yet blessed Kitava has answered my prayers and sent us just the pair of eyes we need. The ever-faithful Justicar Casticus. He's there in the control blocks right now, smiting my people with self-righteous fury. Find him and rip his faithful eyes out. Then I'm sure the good Justicar will be kind enough to see you into the Templar courts.
I see. A lot of stuff here.
Take a deep breath. Inhale the twin stink of exploitation and oppression. Yes, these pens and cells have been our home away from home since the first card we were brought here by Marseus Lioneye, their great hero of the Empire. One of the best slavers they ever had. Not that he was the only one. Captain Sigmund Fairgraves funded many an expedition of the whipped backs of Kardui children. High Templar Dominus was only the latest in a long line of men to grow rich by trading in misery. Oriathan wealth was built on Kardui poverty. Oriathan gold will forever be stained red by Kardui blood.
I see.
Overseer's Tower, this place is called. And you know the worst thing about the men who stood here, watching us, cursing us, descending to whip and kick us like curs? They were slaves, like us, willing to turn on their brethren for a bigger cage and a few extra rations. I can't quite put into words what a pleasure it was to take this tower, to rip the greedy eyes from those traitors. Did they see it coming? I hope so. Well, I know his other names. The Black Spirit, the Cannibal King, the Ravenous One. He was all of those things before Tsukuhama slashed out his eyes, before Valakor drowned him in the sea, before Hinekora whipped him and condemned him to immortal darkness. Kitava has learned from the suffering inflicted upon him, learned what cruelty is from his own flesh and blood, learned what it means to be a slave. Now he hungers for freedom, not merely for himself, for all of us who have suffered under whip and shackle. Kitava is the tormented one, destined to rise up from the darkness and banish cruelty from this world, and we, his children, rise with him.
What do you sell? Weapons, gear. Required level 32. I feel like when it's required level 32, it's a bit below the curve.
With Dominus away in Rayclast, someone had to keep the wheels of oppression turning.
Dead in Rayclast.
Various was only too happy to take the job. It had plenty of practice already, of course. It was Avarius who led some of the largest and most crippling raids upon the Ngamakanui and the Ngakura McCoy. It was on his orders that men, women and children were shackled and shipped like cattle to Theopolis. And it was Avarius who spent 5,000 Kardui lives building his Templar courts and his Chamber of Innocence. Who had wives and daughters scrub their husbands' and fathers' blood from the stones so as to preserve their purity. When you meet Avarius, feel free to exact a little extra vengeance in the name of Kardui's suffering. Talakura, Savior.
Chaos orbs, vault orbs. No, I have 7 silver coins.
Welcome.
Okay, well now I can seek. I don't know why I couldn't before.
An ordinary life, an ordinary death, marked by an extraordinary rebirth.
Huh.
Where water shimmers no more, thunderous beasts are dragged into the feral lord's domain. The Plaguemore watches you with a glistening grin, waiting for a moment to send his shadows.
Well, that's ambiguous. Hello, Lonnie.
An exile returned. How is that even possible? And a Templar at that. Striding out of the sunlight to lay waste to our enemies, like Ramakor in the stories my mother used to tell me. Well, your divine intervention gave us just the diversion we needed to take this tower. So if you keep doing things like that, then I might have to start believing in the gods again. And thank you for finishing off that last overseer for us. I don't know what sort of mother could have birthed that land-loving whale, but we were lucky he wasn't here when we took this tower. He'd have spread us across the floor like butter on a piece of bread. Here, take something for helping us in this hopeless fight of ours.
Ooh, a ring. An unidentified ring. Oh boy, that's why would you pick a 1 ring over a 2 ring? I mean, it's gonna be hard to supplant my current rings, so Fire and Lightning Resistance 1 is maybe the one that has the best chance. Thanks, I guess.
We've been planning it for months, spreading the word, stealing weapons, gathering support. Utula and his followers did most of the dirty work. I just carried a few messages here and there. Should have known I'd end up like this when the real fighting started. In the darkest hour before dawn, that's when we broke our chains. And as many overseer necks as we could wrap our hands around. We took the Panopticon as the sun rose over Theopolis, and that's as far as we got. When you're up against cold steel and colder hearts, there's only so far that anger will take you.
Yeah.
Few of us can say that we've devoted our lives to anything greater than ourselves. Can you? I think Utula can. Since the day I met him, I've seen Utula do nothing that wasn't in the service of his people. He's a smart one. He could have escaped. He could have sailed off to Namakanui and never looked back. Yet there he stands, our herald of freedom. I might die of this wound, yet I'd be giving but a fraction of what Utula has to honor the Karui way.
Somehow I think that's not going to happen to you, but sure. Oh, wow, lots of wands and stuff here, I see. But only the one panel currently.
Remember, we do this for freedom.
Sure. I'll hang on to the ring you gave me. Why not? Okay, so I can go back to the dried lake bed to fulfill that one prophecy. I'm inclined to do that. Yeah, I have to go back to Highgate first. And then I have to remember how to get to the dried lake bed, which... Hey, found it. Wasn't guaranteed.
To damnation with you!
Superior deadly ailments support. Give me that scroll of wisdom. It looks like there's must be more out here then. Yep, here's more. Meet Screech, the whatever it was. It died before I could read. Oh man, I really enjoyed my super buffed up Herald minions.
An ordinary life, an ordinary death, marked by an extraordinary rebirth.
Where? Fancy helmet. I know there's a bunch of loot back there I want to go look at. Alright. There was a chest over here. Whenever I see that full scale armor, I just think, ah yes, because it's made to full scale, it's not a miniature. It's not at all what they mean by that, but nevertheless, that's kind of how it reads to me. These Wolves Fallen remind me of the Soldiers of Menzies for some reason. In Guild Wars, they're the Shadow Warriors and stuff. They have a somewhat similar look. Although some of those things look like they're from the New Londo ruins. Where's this rebirthed thing? I assume it means that there's just a new enemy out here to kill. Or maybe I killed it already? I'm going to assume that one. Seems like the more likely. I'm getting a lot of these Orbs of Chance lately. Don't know what to make of that. Oh, hey, Vol.
I am no beast of burden.
That's what you say. Yeah, that's a 3-slot array. This is probably not entirely worth the rearranging effort, but I made it anyway. Yeah, there's his confession. There's more of the dudes I'm looking for. I'm getting a lot of these flasks.
I am no beast of burden.
Yeah, I guess not. I mean, I feel like Hallowed is more useful than Colossal, so I'll just do the swap, I guess. Haha. Think I have space for such things as that. A lot of loot out here.
I am no beast of burden.
Shimmers no more. Thunderous beasts are dragged into the feral lord's domain.
Cool. I can grab these boots. I guess I might as well. They're better than those, really. Okay. That's all I needed to do out here, I think. Fulfill a couple prophecies, you know, the usual. So let's see about just making my way back to town.
I am no beast of burden.
Remember, he's no beast of burden. He's a Templar, not a donkey or something. Donkeys are traditional beast of burden. So are camels and horses and oxen especially. Nothing like a good old ox. Okay, let's drop some stuff off. Deadly ailment support. Supported skills deal 45% more damage with ailments. Deal 10% less damage with hits. Deal 3% increased damage over time. I see. This Secutor helm is not useful to me because I need dex. The shield's not useful to me because I'm not using shields. These boots are super not useful to me. Oh, this has a lot of additional elemental damages on it. I take note of, which kind of indicates that some of the other bows I have that have a bunch of like elemental damage on them are just not as valuable as I think of them as being. This helmet. Yeah, this is not anything special. This is an important resistance element I have. So the issue with this helmet is it would take off a bunch of the gems that I have up here. But I could put my leap slam in it if I wanted to. That's something to consider. I'm not really using this particular helmet very well. My Herald of Thunder is basically the only important thing I have in here. Yeah, that's my Holy Relic. I'm going to stick this over here for the moment so that way I can think about it later. These are big enough flasks that I'm going to hang on to them for the moment. The rest of the stuff I don't really care about, though.
What do you need now?
How's the glass spinning going?
You will be remembered.
For those who don't get it, there's a magic card called Cure Great Glass Spinner. Okay, so if I wanted to use this helmet, I could transfer my Leap Slam to it and add an additional support to that. This continues to be alright boots. The thing that I would lose is Herald of Thunder and Firestorm and Stormburst. So I'd basically lose all of my magic. But then I could put different stuff in gloves? I feel like this is not a bad idea, but I kind of want to make sure I have gloves that I actually want to be able to replace them. You know what I mean? I'm gonna stick this helmet in here for the moment, because I kind of want to keep that like door open for the time being. I'm not quite ready to make that transition either.
Welcome. The rings that bind grow tighter, the plate thicker, the leather denser, all with a single touch.
You'll greatly enhance the quality of armor piece with a single armor scrap. Okay.
They flee from the eyes of Oriath, coated in gold from head to toe.
Whereas only rare items. You encounter and slay a rogue exile. Okay. Who are you, Valenta?
Unlike these assorted ignorami, I'm not surprised to see you here. The beast is dead, all thanks to you, I suppose. I was listening to the beast's death rattles when these lunatics broke in, wrecked the place, and dragged me here to tend to their cuts and bruises. Thankfully, I was able to bring some of my paraphernalia with me. The balance of power is shifting in your favor, O murderer of nightmares. If I am in possession of anything that might smooth the transition of governance, don't hesitate to ask. You'll find my terms quite reasonable. Some time ago, I fabricated a device able to sense and amplify the corrupt murmurings of Rayclast, a miasmeter. I listened to those whispers for years, lingering beyond sane comprehension. And then the scream. Such profound agony that my mind was nearly sundered by its percussion. I thought another cataclysm might be upon us. But no, it was you, slaying the beast. I was witness to a singularly potent cadence. This corruption, I am convinced that it holds the very key to our human history, and with it, our very existence. Yet without the miasmeter, I'm condemned to deafened ignorance. It remains in Piety's laboratory, as long as Utula's miscreants haven't vandalized the poor thing. Find it.
Mm-hmm.
Avarius, innocence. I'm not sure there's a great deal of difference. Around the time I heard the beast's mortal scream, the newly appointed High Templar Avarius went through something of a revelation. The manner in which he speaks and acts now would indicate that he believes without doubt that he is some earthly embodiment of God. That's faith for you. It'll reduce grown men to the madness of infancy. I gave Piety everything, devoted my life to her work. What did that thankless bitch do for me in return? Left me here to polish her beakers while she pursued glory in Rayclast. Oh. You killed her, did you? Likely as not, you'd have killed me too had I been there. In that case, perhaps we both got exactly what we deserved. Farewell.
The control blocks. I see. That throw. Slave catcher. Yes, give me your essence. Oh my goodness.
Coated in gold from head to toe.
I am no beast of burden.
Cool. That's a lot. Let's see what's going on with this. Immunity to bleeding during flask effect removes bleeding on use. Well, I have to say that strikes me as being just better than the one that I had been using. 16% reduced stuff. Oh man, there's so many things here that I need to process. What I'm gonna want to do here is I'm gonna want to just run back to town and drop some stuff off at the merchanting person. Not bad. Not what I'm looking for though. Wow, that has a lot of bonus damage on it. That has a lot of stuff on it. That just one mod. Maybe. Plus 25 strength, some additional bonus damages. Plus 22 to strength and an 8% increased spell damage, 11% global stuff. Okay, let's do this. Let's go. I'm really fairly close to town. If I can figure out the doors. So let's run back to town, drop this stuff off / sell things I don't want. I'm gonna just hang on to these. Or not the... Yeah, that's fine. This flask, except I want this flask over here. Let's see, I can put these over here. Okay, the rest of the stuff I don't want. And it has a lot of mods on it, but it's just... Okay. Given how close I was to town and everything, that seemed quite reasonable to go do. When there's this freaking much gold, where it's just like, oh yeah, and I killed the guy and he burst into gold. I don't know why there's an X in blood on the floor, but a little concerning. I feel like I'm getting more just like random rogues marks on stuff than I was previously. I would like to find this miasmeter. Seems like it might be useful. Like, I want to do quests. Basically. Don't know if I was expecting anything in that bindle, but there certainly wasn't anything in it. Is there anything up this way? Oh yeah, we got some guards. Okay, that just kind of brought me around in a bit of a loop. Well, this looks laboratory-ish. Okay, there's some experimental supplies down there that I apparently need for a quest. Ah, the miasmeter. We shall peer at these cosmic wonderments as they wake and writhe within that deep and nameless dark. Excellent. I found her laboratory. Well, that person had a bad day, and then it ended. You killed Justicar Casticus. Get access to the Templar Quartz. The name Truth Extractor is still one of those, like, you didn't want to be called a torturer, so you're called a Truth Extractor. It's one of those, like, wonderfully delightful pieces of, like, world building. Because you know that's what they are. They're a torture expert. In this environment, what else could they be? Hey, summon Ice Golem. Hi, I'm here now. It's like, oh no, that's not what they're about. They're about extracting truth. I love that framing. It's just so perfect for the preposterousness of a religious, like, basically like people that are hiding their cruelty behind religion, which unfortunately happens a lot. It's a good way to give religion a bad name. They use an excuse for evil. Clearly these people have. Mark of cannibalism. Oh, I just card Casticus.
My mana is spent.
Eyes of Zeal. Eyes blazing with holy flame, the pilgrims saw a great palace ascend from the burgeoning sky, its gates barred against the unfaithful. I got some sort of... Hit them hard, hit them once. Requires level 5. Well, that's certainly not something I'm doing on this character. I'm not using bows, for one thing. I've spec'd heavily into... ooh, an amethyst flask. I've spec'd heavily into my staff-wielding ways. I'm looking forward to trying out bows at some point, though. Oriath Square. Oh, waypoint. Excellent. Let's go back to the Overseer's Tower then. Hey, Navali.
Hello.
I can sell items to her too, eh? That's kind of cool. Okay, I can seek a prophecy.
A visible following forms around an invisible foe. It grows greater, yet remains veiled.
Well, that's not ambiguous whatsoever. Nope. Decidedly not. Let's hang on to this for future purposes. Yeah, Ice Golem I cannot do on account of... Have you seen me? I don't have dexterity. Don't be silly. I have some amethyst flasks already. I like this one because it gives me some spell damage leached as energy shield. Theoretically, that's useful. And I just don't need that much mana, actively speaking. I have no idea if this is a good shield or not, but I don't really care. A lot of deck stuff I just don't have any need for. Wow, this seems really bad. Armor 27 and energy shield 16 is very weak. Has some decent resistances to it, but that's incredibly underwhelming. Peace. Man, those eyes make a delightful squishy sound when you move them.
Tala. So you made just a Carcastica see the light, did you? Couldn't have happened to a nicer fella. Yet now I've an even more charming chap for you to make the acquaintance of. He's over at the Chamber of Innocence, beyond the Templar Court, and I bet he's just dying to meet you. It's High Templar Avarius I'm talking about. Although he's so filled to the eyeballs with innocence that it's hard to tell where the man ends and the god begins these days. Well, that's good news for us. Kill the man, and you kill the god. And what are the Templar without their god? Lambs in a slaughterhouse.
Do.
Thank you. By killing Casticus, you've given us a fighting chance. And about his eyes, I'm sorry you had to do that. Yet although Utula's solution might seem brutal, I've seen Karui men blinded with a hot poker, simply for looking a fraction too long at an Oriathan lady. Yes, this is war. And just a little revenge, too. Take something. A token of our thanks.
Oh, interesting. I can get a hallowed life flask, a hallowed mana flask. Ooh, a colossal hybrid flask. I might actually be interested in this one. Quicksilver, I mean, yeah, but also... There's smoke cloud on use. Onslaught, and this grants you 5 seconds of onslaught, which is nice. I think I'm just gonna get this colossal hybrid flask, quite frankly.
I'd be dead right now if not for Violenta. I just hope I live long enough to repay her. And how will I do that? By talking Utula out of his inclination to slice Violenta's throat open. As far as I'm concerned, our pasts are as broken as our chains.
I'll go ahead and swap those.
for freedom.
I actually like this reasonably well as a mana flask, but I don't think it's that important.
I simply can't express how wondrous it is to see you. What? No, not you, Exile. The miasmeter. The hope of humanity lies in this beautiful device and the precious knowledge it shall divulge. Far more useful than an accidental hulk of meat and instinct like yourself. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised to discover that your slaying of the beast correlates directly to the strife we must currently suffer. At least you've proved useful enough to return the miasmeter to me. That deserves some small reward, I suppose.
Oh, good.
Piety and I have devoted ourselves to the betterment of the human condition. As for our methods, Piety had a saying that summed it up nicely. Would you consider the feelings of the stones when constructing a glorious cathedral in the name of God? Casticus supplied us with slaves, mostly Kardui, and I put them to good use. In fact, I believe their participation in my experiments elevated them from squalor to splendor. Our subjects were able to give their otherwise meaningless lives to something.
Uh-huh.
I can't really fault Justicar Casticus, a man committed heart and soul to upholding the law. Of course, law isn't the same thing as justice, and men like Casticus lack the imagination necessary to make that distinction.
True.
Farewell.
Freedom comes to those who fight. For freedom.
Sure. I meant to click on the waypoint, but yes. For freedom. Oriath Square. It was once the heart of the city, is now the heart of the battle. Boy, I am just a friggin' avatar of destruction. Oh, there's a Stibnite flask. Just looking at the fountain was making me think of one that I saw in Versailles when my family was able to visit. It was distracting me a bit. Yeah, it was years ago now. Really cool, though. I like the pulpit there. Oh, that's a big old statue with feet. Okay, I guess I'm not going anywhere there. I can't really see that statue. Is this the area that the start took place? No, that's inside. So if it is, it's inside that. Thank you for your whetstone. Now I too can be massive. Whoa, what just happened? I feel like I suddenly teleported. Wait, I'm going backwards. Okay, let's spend this. I want the next staff thing. And I can get to Ophidian aim, which will help my accuracy even more, which will be good. Yeah. Defense, 773 armor. Yeah, definitely not quite as much. I am crushing my elemental resistances, though. 102% fire, 119% cold, 134% lightning. Oh, I finally have a little bit of chaos resist as well. 75% chance to block attack damage, 20% chance to block spell damage. I feel like I'd have to do specific things to try to get that spell block up more. Every 2 int is a +1 mana. I have no particular animus against the citizenry. Looks like I need to go to the other side of this fountain. Not enough. I mean, okay. I'll grant that it's clearly cold out, and you probably don't have your fountains going in the winter. I'm just thinking right now, like diegetically, what's going on is this guy who had been exiled is now just like walking through just literal armies of soldiers. Like, from their standpoint, it must be like abjectly terrifying. The sort of damage my character is able to do. Ooh, a vault side area. I'm gonna go look at that in a moment, but there's a bunch of dudes here fighting. There needs to be fewer of those. Mirrored secluded canal of exposure. Minus 10% maximum player resistances. That doesn't sound like it matters much. Oh man, monsters reflect 10% of elemental damage. That's gonna suck. You'll slay the Bameth cultists? I mean, I'll certainly try. Whew. That's rough. Yeah. All the other enemies running around there. Yeah. Wow. Okay, this area was painful. Let's go try that again, maybe? Oh yeah, except I need to put those back. Sure, we can go with this one. Oh, it's this way. Yeah, I see. Yeah. That was a little bit more of a big deal.
A visible following forms around an invisible foe. It grows greater, yet remains veiled.
Oh man, taking the 10% damage reflect is the worst part of this, though. Because like it directly makes life harder when I have more enemies in a very tangible sort of way, you know? Okay, looks like I managed to survive this time. Research journal. The artifacts which High Templar Dominus returns to our city have finally offered up to me one of their secrets. Though I am certain there is much to be found within the relics, I am exhilarated and brought to awe by what I have discovered as of yesterday's studies. I have uncovered a hidden frequency of corruption within the relics. Oh, how they now sing to me! They are as mirrors, dimly reflecting shadows and echoings of the past. I have seen signs of blood and ancient sacrifice in the ghostings of our precious city, such as what the Vol would commit in their homelands. Could it be that these echoes point to Vol culture having extended all the way to the shores of Oriath? Perhaps we are not the first empire to pull itself up from the mire of this land. I must listen to the relics further. I need to understand, but the singing, it pains me to listen for very long. My work must progress slowly, but it shall progress. Much is at stake here. I can feel it. Templar Devaro of Theopolis. Yep. Because if you normally take 100 LE damage, that's reduced to 25. But now it's only reduced to 35. Yeah. Yep. I can tell. That hurt. Only those who aspire can dare to hope.
Beast of burden.
No beast of burden, he says. Can I... Hang on. This is not a bad hammer. Just like on the surface, not actually looking at it. Alright, now that I'm out of that painful area, let's recast this thing with more health. I'm not sure how much this Holy Relic is doing for me. So it's like 50% of minion physical damage converted to lightning damage. Minions have some health, more movement speed. It grants 40 life regenerated per second to allies, 100 life regenerated per second to minions. Okay, it's probably doing quite a bit then. To, like, help keep me alive. As well as the minions that I summon, which get set on fire for a while. Here's the Templar Quartz entrance. Well, that's pretty straightforward. Yeah, that's what I expected.
I am no beast of burden.
A waypoint. Okay, before I hop through... Period of Fire. Cast an aura that grants fire resistance to you and your allies. Cast an aura that increases movement speed and attack speed and cast speed of you and your allies. That sounds really good. Lightning Strike. Infuses your melee weapon with electrical energies as you swing. In addition to converting some of your physical damage to lightning damage, the stored energy is released from the weapon's projectiles as you strike. Oh yeah, I remember that one. This is a dex thing. So I used it early on. Epic music. Okay, looks like I've ID'd all the things. So I don't much care for this helmet because it doesn't link things, doesn't have enough slots. This hammer seems pretty sweet. 30% increased duration on enemy, 17% increased physical damage. That's kind of low, isn't it? The sparking mod is in a pretty good spot. The burning mod is in a decent spot. The increased physical damage is okay. So is the accuracy rating. The bleeding is probably kind of fine. Accuracy. This one's actually not bad at all. I feel like if I was using a hammer, I'd want to use this hammer. I feel like zones have gotten a bit smaller as I've gone on. I'm gonna, like I said, that hammer seems pretty decent to me. Let's put these over here, and then this flask can go chill over there, and the rest of the stuff I think I'm just gonna sell off because I don't really need it.
Talamoana, savior.
Thank you.
Talakura, savior.
Okay, back to the Templar Quartz.
With you.
It's a pretty serious charge in this place. Justice Bellow. There's something going on with this floor mural. Is that... Okay, yeah, this is like the statue at the beginning of the game during the Exile thing. It's got a bunch of people in, like, lounging in cushions? I'm not quite sure what those are supposed to be. There's a lot of chests around here. Oh, man. That's promising. There are an awful lot of chests around here. Yeah, you can see that multi-hit going. This is probably the more like straight up deadly attack. Yeah, staff is garbage. Need enough linked stuff for a staff to be good. Quick lore fact. In old times, everyone could become a literal god if enough people believed in you being one and prayed to you. Your prayers ascended you into godhood. That's what you can see there. Ah, I see. Has there been any other zone with as many chests as this one has had? There's been so many. Okay, sure. I haven't been... Oh, there's another chest. What do you know? I haven't been this way. Bye? No, that's not much of a room. Some sort of library or like this is clearly a lecture. Oh, is this like a courtroom? I bet this is a courtroom. Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, this is a war staff. So are there one-handed non-war staffs? That's my question. This is a room full of gems. This looks like a laboratory. These are always so, like, I don't know. They don't fit. The way that they're rendered is very bright and almost cartoony. It's an interesting area, though. Wonder who that is. Feels like someone's office. Okay, looks like I need to go this direction. Okay, and this is some sort of lecture hall. Looks like they've done a really good job with like setting up the environments in specific ways if you like want to pay attention to them. This door, nobody is allowed through this door. Staffs can be staffs or war staffs. War staffs want to roll more attack mods, while normal ones want to roll more caster mods. They're daggers and runic daggers. I see. Yeah, I'm probably more inclined towards war staves then. Take that. There's just so much lightning going on everywhere. This is great. I still really enjoy shocking urns. Coming out of your home, no matter what you want to use, your old staff to smash some heads or shoot off fireballs. Wandering staff salesman. Exactly. Perfect staff to suit your needs. You need to smash some heads, cast some fireballs. Come down to the Staff Emporium today. Where we employ the latest in staff matching technology to determine what staff is right for you. Speaking of staff stuff, that completes the next. Yeah. More attack speed, more accuracy, more critical strike chance. And overwhelm 12% physical, so some armor penetration. I think I want this branch next. Yeah, I feel like I want this side next. Things to grab. And then I was thinking of heading down and getting this fire and life stuff. And kind of focusing my weapons more on fire and my like spell effects on lightning, but I don't know. I have to think about what's actually going to be useful here. It also wouldn't be a bad idea, actually, like to get this and then to dip over here to grab this basic jewel socket. It's probably not a bad idea. So I've got a bunch of jewels that I could be using, but I can't be using because I don't have enough slots to use them. Some of which I think would be quite nice to have. Like right now, I have this jewel, which gives me increased damage with my two-handed weapon, which is nice, but... The rest has big life wheel. A lot of characters grab completely. Yeah, I just kind of need to look around a little bit at what some of my options are. As part of it. I've been kind of focused on, here's staff stuff. Here's more staff stuff. And not really been looking too closely at what all of my options are. Ooh, a jingling spirit shield. Isn't that a fun jingling? I wonder if I can create room for it in my inventory. Probably not. I don't think I need this. However. So, I'd rather have that. Yeah, that makes sense. I currently have a little over 1,000 HP. But yeah, I could definitely have a lot more. Great mallet! The Chamber of Innocence. In the back of the library. I found my way through. Well, let's see how this goes, shall we? Up the stairs. Interesting stuff going on over here. They have this, like, ancient circle symbol. The rule of thumb is 300 HP per completed act is a good one. Yeah, okay. That's good to know. There's some serious something going on here. Look at all of these, like, statues. Never tell anyone your password, by the way. That's my tip. Tip that they gave me. Ooh, what's this got going on? Immunity to bleeding. I don't already have... Yeah, I already have one of those. I don't feel like I need to sync up one of that effect. I'm getting these big flasks that I kind of want to hang on to for the moment. I'll do some stuff with them later. Shrapnel ballista. I don't need that. This war, or this military staff. This military staff, I don't really want, but it's like, yeah. I know, right? What should you do to recover from that? Yeah, I'm just gonna sell that. This thing has so many things. It makes me sad it's not a staff. One to 4 fire damage? Really? Really? That's very weak.
Lani's a pretty tough girl for a half-blood. Her mother was Karu, but her father, a lord with a nose for island flowers. Despite that Oriathan stain in her blood, Lani risked her life time and time again, slipping us the information that she bore between the lords and ladies of Theopolis. Honestly, couldn't have put the pieces of this uprising together without her. And she's a fighter. Struck down 2 overseers before a third managed to put that scratch on her. Don't worry, it won't slow her down for long. Not Lani. If it weren't for Lani, I'd have cut that bitch's throat the moment I met her. But Violenta seems to know her medicine, so she gets to live. Until Lani is better. Then Violenta will answer for her crimes against us.
Sound like there's many. Yeah, that fire roll was impressively terrible.
Old Red Eyes. He's been quiet for a long time. Just like Kitava and Tsukohama, all of the old gods. Now innocence has woken up, and with him, power like I've never seen the Templar wield before. It's alright though. We slaves, we've got our own god looking out for us now. I can see him in the eyes of my brothers and sisters, smell him in the blood we've spilled, hear his call in the screams of the fallen. I don't rightly know where the gods have been or what's brought them crawling back, nor do I really care. All I need to know, my friend, is that we're not alone anymore.
So the beast was probably suppressing them somehow.
There's 2 parts to the Templar, the grim face and the spotty ass. Out front you've got the Templar courts, usually the last place our Hatungor see if they're stupid enough to preach their craft within a Templar's hearing. Oriath's woodmongers must do a roaring trade with that place. When the wind blows right, you can even smell the aroma of barbecued blasphemer from here. The arse end, that's the Chamber of Innocence. It's where the real earnest believing gets done. Where the young Templar go to pay their respects to God Almighty and get the good sense baptized out of their heads. I've not seen the inside of the chamber myself, but you can feel it from over a block away. Like there's an eye in your gut, peering through your insides, looking for even the tiniest stain of sin. I tell you, sane people go in one end of that place, ash and apostles come out the other. Watch yourself in there.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense. I don't suppose you could possibly... I mean, this armor is not terrible, but I kind of like my current armor configuration. I would probably change this out for something different, but that'd be on doing a lot of swapping stuff around. I'm not sure what I'm looking for. Nothing in particular, I suppose, really, when you get down to it. Like, I grabbed onto this helmet because I could do stuff with it, but that would require me to get some, like, other gloves, so I'm kind of waiting to see if I get some gloves that I'd want to make use of. Okay, well, let's go to this Chamber of Innocence. I feel like I've shot through the maps here very quickly. 7% of the way to the next level. Wait, no, that's the way up, not the way forward. Oh, that's just a... Okay, that's just a staircase that's there. Doesn't go anywhere. This place is very echoey. I'm starting to get stuff with more mods in it. Man, I need to go back and collect some loot, but gotta clear out all these enemies first. Okay. Do we run out of enemies? That sword is very inventory space consuming. I'll grab it for now just because it's potentially useful, but... not that one. Huh. Quilted jackets. This is more of an evasion dex thing. Otherwise, I'd be interested, but... just because it has more socket slots. Stained glass window. The village gathered to watch Sin become ash and breathe deeply of the smoke that poured from his screaming mouth. Sin filled their lungs, their minds, and their hearts. Interesting. So this guy is being burned alive. So Innocence is the name of the red-eyed god of the Templar? I'm not entirely... See, that certainly seems to be what's being implied, but I'm not also 100% getting that impression. potentially useful chainmail. I think there's going to be more lore around areas here. Ah, there's Innocence. When the mother of two broke bread, she allowed Innocence to eat his fill as reward for his virtuous nature. Sin was cast as scraps to remind him of his worthless ways. Okay, so you have the red-eyed Innocence and the blue-eyed Sin, which are the two children born of this mother. But the mother determined which one was which. As this titan of sin rose to its many feet, Innocence knew that the village was lost. With an anguished cry, he committed it to flame. As town and titan burned, the sky turned dark with the ash of sin. There, amongst the raging ruins of his home, Innocence swore an oath. No matter where the ashes of sin fell, his purifying flames would rise to meet them. So this basically means that their lore is that there were two beings, one of which was named Sin, and the other of which was named Innocence, that are opposed to each other. And Innocence destroyed Sin, but then Sin, like, the remains of Sin were blown around and kind of get caught up in people. And that's what they're trying to remove. A lot of interesting stuff going on here at this point. They're trying to justify... I'm not sure if that's quite the right way. It feels like they're trying to justify, like, using generic religious language at sort of the outside of the game by expanding the lore to kind of, like, explain what they mean by these things, which I actually really appreciate them doing. Because I feel like too often generic religious terminology is used just because that's what people have heard when they're kind of, like, building fictional religions without thinking about what they actually mean in the real world and those origins. So that's interesting to me. On that day, two were born of their mother's womb, Innocence with eyes of burning red, Sin with eyes of clearest blue. Man, I really would like to know what order these are supposed to be in. Yeah. Yep. Innocence lived with an honest and pure heart, never straying from his mother's word. Sin filled his heart with lies and indulgence, and deafened his ears to his mother's pleas. See, what we're really seeing here in some regards, though, is the mother's morality is defining them, right? Like, Innocence and Sin are just names, right? And the mother's morality, who she rewarded, is then defining what those things mean. And that's kind of like establishing things, which I think is really interesting. Okay, there's not going to be anything over here, but I kind of need to uncover it anyway. Go up this way. I mean, you never know. And here's a statue on the matter. Triumph of Innocence. Waves crashed upon the shores of Oriath. Waves of hunger, waves of desire. the ravenous god and his starving multitude rising with the tide, flooding our streets with death and depravity until innocence cried out, no more, bathing our city in fire. Okay, I need to start that over. That's... Waves crash upon the shores of Oriath, waves of hunger, waves of desire, the ravenous god and his starving multitude rising with the tide, flooding our streets with death and depravity until innocence cried out, no more, bathing our city in fire, scorching the wicked to ash and bone. The ravenous god fled into the embrace of our glorious Savior. Driven down he was into the soil, stone and beyond, into damnation, by the will and light of our innocence. High Templar of Arius. So this is a recent thing that's been established here. So wait. I need to review things, but is Katava sin? I need to go listen to that guy's dialogue again. Innocents watched sin take root in the bodies of men and women and children. He witnessed them turn on each other, first with words, then with fists. Friends and kin embraced in mortal struggles, their skin weaving with skin, flesh bonding with flesh, bone entwining with bone, until the village had become one writhing giant, forged of strife and hatred. I mean, that doesn't sound great. Innocence could not keep a promise made in fear. He bore witness and testimony to the mother of two, and it was decided, between mother and son, that sin was beyond rule and redemption. Not only purification could cleanse his burgeoning corruption. Could not keep a promise made in fear. Interesting. I'm really enjoying this area and the little lore snippets. Okay, Katava's another of the old gods. Standing in these bombs. Not sure exactly what you're referring to, actually. I wasn't paying that close of attention. I explode after a little while if I've used molten shell. Ooh, crafting recipe. Not over here, though.
I am no beast of burden.
Oh, it's happened. We've reached the no beast of burden phase. Movement speed and exerted attacks, rank 2. Okay. Yeah, I just wasn't paying attention. I need to pay more attention to those things, is what you're saying. That's what you're really saying. And that's probably true. One of those moments where I want to figure out if I can rearrange my inventory to be able to pick up this full plate for no particular reason. I don't need it. Let's not worry about trying to accomplish such things and just wander on with our lives, shall we? I really don't want that giant sword. But this one... Oh, I mean, yeah, that's probably taking up a bunch of space. It's just the 3 colors. Let's just arrange these things a little bit better. Where are these bombs? Ooh, more gems are ready for upgrades. Excellent. Oh, if the 3 are connected, huh? Gotcha. Yet the punishment only served to feed Sin's lusts. Before his brother's eyes, Sin stole a fish from the market and lied to the watchman who caught him. Sin then beat his brother until a promise of silence was extracted. Okay, so this is the promise made in fear that he could not keep. I see.
I am no beast of burden.
Yeah, I know you're not. So like this one is, and this one are, and this one would be as well. It's like one of those things where I have enough inventory slots to pick that up, but probably not ones that I can arrange in such a way that I actually could. Yeah. But flasks. I probably hoard flasks too much. It is my weakness. I can even pick them up afterwards. Fun. Let's see. That was the thing that I saw down there. Yeah, okay. This feels significant. I have no idea what it is, though, but it feels significant. Let's see, I guess I need to go this right path. Also, hello, MJ Knoll. Welcome. You're doing well. You're saying I don't need this mana flask? Oh. Ah, I found the transition point. Well, I'm going to explore this area a little bit more thoroughly because I want to see if there's any more lore things that I haven't found yet. I want these gloves. Okay, does not look like it. Yeah. I have too much of a tendency to be like, but every flask can be used to combine them into multiple flasks. Sanctum of Innocence.
The world must be cleansed of impurity.
Ow. That was my face. Okay. Thanks to random prophecy that I didn't fully grasp. Don't stand in giant lasers. Oh good, you're doing this again so I can refill my charges. No, get out of the giant laser. Oh good. More charge building. Wait, what?
Innocence. You and only you, I shall save.
What now?
I am Sin, the Forgotten One. Would that humanity could forget all of my kind. Perhaps with your help, that might still come to pass. For now, the blinding light has been dimmed, and darkness floods in to fill the void. The desperate and depraved set a feast for their lord incumbent, Kitava, the Ravenous One.
Ooh, cutscene time, boys and girls. Travel back through the Templar courts. Okay. Hi.
Deep in the Templar's ossuary,
In the company of the dead, there lies the sign of purity. Innocence bled himself for the creation of that cruel and desperate weapon. Tempered in his own ruby ichor, it was forged to be a transcendent tool of punishment and purification. The sign is a living agent of righteousness, or at least the dubious kind of righteousness that my brother subscribes to. Innocence found in the first High Templar a most faithful servant, and gifted the sign to him so that it might be used in times of great need. The great need of Innocence believers, that is. Humanity's general well-being has never been of particular concern to my brother.
You're now in the new acts. 1 to 4 were the old ones. They had new tech for 5 to 10. Ah, I see.
Though I am a god, I have not forgotten my humanity. I care for that which I once was. Kitava remembers nothing and cares for nothing but his own hunger and greed. He is an endless pit of gnashing teeth and churning guts. While other gods rise on the mainland and fight for the meager scraps of what was, Kitava has the most fecund and formidable civilization of his age at his disposal. He can feed when he likes, and he grows ever stronger with each morsel. All of Oriath shall soon belong to Kitava, and if that happens, he will rise beyond even our reach. He lives, after a fashion. That pretentious little vessel of his served only to encourage his divine follies. I have procured him a more sensible host, one that should contain his excesses and temper that fragile ego of his. Hear this, brother. From mind of lead to heart of gold, your soul shall be bound, your wrath shall grow cold. I am Sin, the Forgotten One. Would that humanity could forget all of my kind.
Okay, that I saw already. Yeah, and then that cutscene.
Should Kitava accept?
Okay, so what I kind of want to do right now I mean, yeah. Let's just chuck a few of these. That one is identifiable, so that means it has a potentially useful effect. And I've got a bunch of... I mean, okay, you know what? Screw all this. Probably not worth it. I'm dropping stuff off. Okay. I need to do some flask parsing, because I can combine a bunch of these into higher tier flasks. 30% increased amount recovered, 20% increased charges used. Maybe? I like this one because it's instant recovery, but I have a feeling it's not. It's the sort of thing that should go less good after time. Let's see what this diamond ring is. 24% increased global critical strike chance, plus 9 to all attributes, plus an additional 10 to an int. Some evasion, some max life, some cold resist. Pretty good cold resist, but I don't feel like that ring's terribly exciting. Ooh, that's clearly not a next thing. Part of my question is if I want to... Hang on. Oh, he's gone. Navali, I can sell things to you.
Hello.
Okay. Yeah, because that gives me a bunch of chromatic orbs. Yeah, I'm not too impressed by this ring. Okay.
Fate awaits you.
I'm gonna want to go... I feel like I'm supposed to go back into that area. mean, having some resist on that's not bad. Okay, this I've already looked at. Diamond rings in general are interesting for Inquisitors due to inherent crit chance stat. I guess that's true. Right now I feel like the resistances and stuff from these rings are more important, but yeah, you're right, there is some value in that. I'm gonna hang on to this plate for right now too. There's a good chance I'm just gonna be selling it, but I don't feel like I need either of these things though. So.
Let me tell your future. I will see you again.
The Chamber of Innocence. Okay, that goes those either way. Okay, it wasn't necessarily worth coming back here for loot, but travel back through the Templar Courts, find the ossuary, search the ossuary for the sign of purity. I came from the left one. Okay, so I want to go out the right one. I have one. Actually. Oh, and that just gives me this waypoint right here. Well, that's convenient. Oh well. Would have been nice to realize that existed earlier. Apocalypse Strike Ivory Bow. I mean, the name's pretty sweet. Should be? Yeah. Oh, yeah, I need to spend my point. That's an options. UI. Yeah, it's right here. As far as I'm aware, it's on. It maybe doesn't filter out as much stuff as one that you've used normally would, maybe? Okay, so this one's one that people would commonly get as well. I kind of want to get this one. I think there's a bunch of stuff that does filter out. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and go this direction for now. And I think I might get this this life one later. Okay, none of these are of interest to me.
Welcome.
Why did this not go over there?
I will see you again.
Sometimes white stuff is useful, so. That one I'm going to hang on to for now. Oh, wait, what was that other sacred one? Oh yeah, I already have one of those though. Okay, let's sell some of these flasks off.
Hello.
Well, there's still stuff that can upgrade things that sometimes is useful as well. It definitely doesn't show stuff that has bad sockets. Or like low numbers of sockets, I've noticed. Sanctified.
I will see you again.
That is undoubtedly accurate. Okay. Lonnie.
You deserve recognition for what you have done. You've freed us from Templar oppression. Yet I fear you may have defeated the lesser of two evils. Still, take something. You'll be needing it in the dark times to come.
Yeah. Ooh, these are shiny looking. Rapid expansion crimson jewel. Oh, these are jewels. Okay. Not, radius medium, limited to 2. 10% increased global physical damage with at least 40 strength in radius. Ground slime has 35% chance to grant endurance. Okay, no. Wildfire. 15% increased fire damage. With at least 40 strength in radius, molten strike projectiles chain on impacting ground. So this boosts molten strike. With at least 40 strength and radius cleave. Okay, I'm not using that. These are probably not going to be useful to me then. Right here. 20% increased damage with hits against chilled enemies. Yeah, these are dex based, so they're not of interest. Freezing pulse, I'm not using that. Frostbolt, I'm not using. Magma orbs deals 50% less damage. With at least 40 intelligence in radius, magma orb deals 40% more damage per chain. 10% increased chaos damage. That's not super useful. 15% increased lightning damage. Okay, so this would boost spark. Fires 2 additional projectiles. Like, this one has some interest because I could switch to Molten Strike. Yeah. I feel like I kind of want this one, though. Because I feel like this would be good for doing stuff with... Because kind of the direction that I want to go. Oh, yeah, I guess that's an idea as well. I feel like Molten Strike maybe is good. That's the attack. Yeah, I can see just leaving this here and choosing later.
Once Kitava has gobbled up every scrap of Oriathan flesh, sucked every Oriathan bone dry of marrow, he'll turn his endless hunger to Namakanui and the whole Karui archipelago. As you know, the Karui will fight, and they'll fight hard, but they're going to need all the help they can get. And I know of 3 treasures that might just make the difference. They were taken when the Templar raided Namakanui. A whip woven of Hinekora's hair. A tooth that Tukohama ripped from his own mouth. A fishhook that was once the jawbone of Valakor. Together, they're known as Kitava's torments and lie within the reliquary that borders Oriath Square. I saw them with my own eyes when delivering messages to the scholars there. Please, go to the reliquary and claim those treasures before Kitava's children do.
Okay, so the guy that was here... Yeah, Atula.
I can't yet begin to unpick the lies that Utula has told us. But this piece of truth I do have. Utula sensed that very moment when you struck your final blow, when you broke the Templar's power. He turned to me and told me this. Now our king comes to us. He'll be hungry, so very hungry. I shall prepare him a feast. Then he gathered his followers and left. Where's he gone? Oriath Square. You won't need directions. Just follow the screams. deserve recognition for what you have done. You've freed us from Templar oppression. Yet I fear you may have defeated them. Remember,
Okay.
we do this for freedom.
I told you so. What more need I say? In contrast to the company she keeps, Lani has quite an astute mind. I put it down to that Oriathan education she's managed somehow to procure. Whilst quelling whatever resistance you might meet in this noble coup of yours, you'd be well advised to look to Lani for counsel. She'd make the finest of advisors, second only to myself, of course. The sign of purity, yes, a discry staff that piety sent me to study at one point. Apparently it was a gift from innocence to the first High Templar, Maxarius. Dominus couldn't even bear to touch the thing, so he had it locked up in the ossuary. Quite reactive behavior for a man of such formidable intellect, yet now it's making a little more sense. The staff was certainly able to conduct and store energy, yet remained inert when I applied corruption to it. It must only respond to divine energy, and with corruption and divinity being diametrically opposed, it's no wonder that my experiments failed to excite the thing. Meaning, if the sign of purity is a repository for the power of innocence, Dominus could never have wielded it, being steeped as he was in the opposing power of the beast. You, though, you're a different matter entirely.
Indeed.
People have talked about the return of the gods since the birth of Oriath. It's a gambit employed by charlatans to fleece the weak-minded and morally desperate. Or so it seemed. Avarius and his Templar drones now greet the dawn filled with power and glorious purpose. Kitava has risen from whatever ethereal cesspit he's been hiding in for the last few millennia. So what let the cats out of their proverbial bags? I'm a scholar, not a prophet. Yet there's one occurrence that absolutely reeks with evidential causality. You killed the beast.
Yeah.
You really don't have a strong grip on cause and effect, do you? Things replace other things. It's the most fundamental of laws. The larger the thing you remove, the bigger the rush to fill the space that's left behind. Innocence was the nexus of power in Oriath. Remove him and something of equal or greater power was always going to take his spot. Any idiot could have predicted that Kitava was going to be that something. Unless, of course, you thought it was going to be you.
I'm not even level 50 yet.
Dominus adopted Chittis Cathedral as his personal laboratory. He decked it out with everything his miraculous mind could conceive of. His great work in Psalm, that which you destroyed, it all began there. Now, where was I?
Standing there? I don't know how you want me to answer that.
The Feral Lord senses your presence. In the shell of the snail, the vulture seeks a fresh carcass. The flesh is taken by the unbreeding queen, but the hero's soul, bitter and cold, remains trapped in the Emperor's greatest trial.
I see. Oh ho! Things have opened up a lot here. I see. So now I'm heading from the Chamber of Innocence back out. That's interesting. Driver is level 95.
What in damnation have you done?
Hi, Bannon.
You've destroyed him, and yet I hear the voice of innocence, begging for our forgiveness, asking for our help. You and I.
I heard him the moment the High Templar fell, whispering inside my damn skull, his heart beating within my chest. Innocence protects us now, holds fast the door against the murderous tide that rushes to meet us. He wants you to pass through that door, to bring order to the chaos beyond. I don't understand any of this. Moments ago, I was just a soldier obeying his High Templar, banning the nobody. Now, my God lays inside my head, telling me to let you through that door and to make my way to Overseer's Tower, if it still stands. It does? All right. I don't know what's waiting for you out there, but should you survive it, I'll see you at Overseer's Tower.
I kind of want to see what the conclusion of where this character could go is. Oh, this place has seen better days. Yeah, see, like this didn't show up. Whatever that shield was apparently is so garbage that the filter is like, nah, you don't need to see that. I need to get my friend back. Cool that they did this though, where they just like, you know, everything's wrecked now. Different maps.
Death to sin.
I mean, you were just talking with them, so you're kind of in the wrong spot for doing that. Yeah. Has something to do with how the place looks now. I mean, I imagine it's that's a part of it, yeah. Ooh, Vigilant Strike. I have a couple Vigilant Strikes now, I think, actually. A gold amulet. Probably a terrible battle hammer, but here we are. It's still so satisfying to just have, like, a smack and just watch everything vanish. Katava Zealot. Yeah, there's a lot of these Katava Zealots I'm noticing. I'm gonna go boom in a moment here. There it goes. Getting a lot of portal scrolls out here. Ooh, good, silver coins. I need those. I'm using them up kind of quickly. Well, I will say this. There's still an astronomical number of chests in this map. Nice, going backwards. Let's continue pressing forwards. There's what we're looking for. Ooh, give me that scrap first, though. It's cool that they're like, oh, now we're going to shut off these teleport locations. The Ruin Square. Ooh. Wait till you build a cast and damage taken build. Oh, yeah. Well, we got some people who are being real messed up. I need to find this reliquary. Those are some real determined smugglers who put that there. Let me tell you. That don't go nowhere. Yeah, I need to remember to go take a look at that. Hi. I prefer the ground to stay in the ground. It was really cool enemy design. Justice Caller. Yeah, everything's kind of gone bad here. We've still got the slavers. Oh, good. I need to reactivate this waypoint. Okay, there's the ossuary. Travel the reliquary. Okay, so there's multiple things branching off from this. I don't think I want to take that yet. I want to find some of the other... Because, like, I can... That's always going to be right next to that, right? So I can... I might actually want to make use of those boots. Ding! Now, I like having the zoom on. I just accidentally pushed it. Because I have, obviously, leap on the middle mouse, so... Yeah, I gotta keep at the slaving, even... I mean, innocents didn't exactly die. More like dispossessed. Yeah, we'll go with that. Repossessed? Repossessed. We'll go with repossessed. How much damage reduction does Fortify do anyway? That looks bad. I don't know what's going on there. Oh, this is the temple. Yeah, this is the temple. Okay. Well, we got some very bad, no good flame wall something going on there. That is... Oh. Oh. This is significant. Nah. Definitely seems like it's a useful thing to have going off. Sometimes, at least. These people are having a really bad day. I know that's a mild observation, but you know, just kind of a thing I'm noticing. I don't even know where the thing I'm looking for will be. I know what I'm looking for, though. I'm looking for the reliquary, which I'm assuming is off of this square.
My mana is spent.
Well, I'm sorry, sir. Most of your mana is reserved for your ridiculous, ridiculous effects. Get out of here, depraved slaver. Ooh. Yes, I want to increase the duration of my molten shell. Thank you. Thank you for asking. Okay, that was just a dead end. Cool. Well, this isn't a good street. Let's go make a mess over here. Okay, now I've kind of gone in a big circle. Hang on, there's still stuff down this way. The north, it looks like. Perhaps there's something useful over there. Nope, that's another dead end. Power. Okay, so those make a loud sound when the charges vanish. Gotcha. There's a bit of a mess in here. Look, I just want to find the reliquary, everyone. Well, if it's in this area, it's going to be more in the middle. The Risen Matriarch resists fire. Well, not very well, apparently. Fortunately, I have combustion support on my particular attack here. Restocking all my scrolls of wisdom. Yeah. Didn't even have time to get to that Twisted Effigy. Oh, that fountain is now full of dead corpses and blood and yep. Nope, that's gonna smell bad. Oh man, I don't even need to. I don't even want to think about how terrible it's got to smell out here. Oh, hey, hideout. That's nice. The problem with that...
Did you think our vengeance was done, Savior? has only begun.
Cool. The bad news for him is I switched to my lightning staff and he died. Players have elemental equilibrium. What is elemental equilibrium? I have no idea what elemental equilibrium is. If hit with lightning, enemy light resist increases, while fire and cold decreases, and vice versa until hit with another element. Ah. So the fact that I have Herald of Thunder and am doing fire damage with my staff attacks is probably helping me here then. Okay. Those guys got chunked. Yeah, Herald of Purity. There's also a way to get it in your tree. More Vol here. This is kind of a longer one. I mean, I also have a thing that makes things vulnerable to fire, so... If you hit with lightning, enemy light resist increases while fire and cold decrease.
I am no beast of burden.
This one has a special effect. Get this monstrosity out of here. Okay, is this going to be the same piece of lore about the singing and everything that the previous one was? Yes. There's much to be found within the relics and exhilarated and brought to awe by what I've discovered. Okay. Yeah, that's just the same thing as before. Ooh. Okay, so that's like just a full armor piece. I don't think I have much use for these boots. Okay, but you know what? It doesn't matter. I can just get rid of those. Put that in there. Cool. Back to the ruined square. Whoa. Giant. Hello, Cyber DNA. Elemental damage, you hit enemies with gain more resistance to that element for a short time, but lose resistance to the other two types of elemental damage. It works well if you tag them with an element you aren't dealing main damage with. If you deal fire and pop out an orb of storm, the enemy will get increased lightning resistance, but lose resistance to fire and cold, thus giving you more damage against them. Gotcha. So, like, again, the fact that I have Herald of Thunder zapping things, but my primary attack is Infernal Blow that deals a bunch of fire, well, a bunch of fire and lightning damage, but a bunch of fire damage. There's probably a benefit to me then. And kind of working against that. Stately hideout.
This seems like a good area to build a hideout, but it's filled with monsters. Can you clear it of everything dangerous?
Hey, not getting immediately attacked while talking to her? That's nice. That's what happened in the previous one, for those who are not here. As I immediately got attacked by a group of enemies. I'm really curious about how a lot of the, like, class personalized dialogue changes. Whoop. I missed the thing. Oh well. Changes when you... There we go. Okay, so now it's unlocked. And I can immediately change this to my hideout and show up here, but I don't have to. Which means I can go back out into the ruined square.
Curious. With the death of the last monster here, the very air itself feels different. I wouldn't use the word purified, but you've definitely negated the pile over this place. I'll stay here for now and make sure nothing dangerous reemerges.
Goodbye.
Journey well.
Okay, so now that's unlocked. So I don't need to worry about that anymore. And what I'm looking for is this reliquary. Looks like there's maybe a bit of area further down to the southeast. And I should go touch up my exploration with. Oh right, I got a skill point I should be spending. Now, I do want that one, but I want this direction first. Ah, is this the reliquary? Haha, I found it. Well, before I worry about that, let's go back to the Overseer's Tower, because I need to clear out my inventory. Okay. Admiral's records. Vigilant strike. What's Tempest Shield? Oh, this is enchants your shield with the power of storms. Yeah, but I don't have a shield, so... I assume this doesn't work if you don't have a shield. Blight. Blade Vortex. It seemed likely that it would work that way. 37% increased charge recovery. So does that mean the let's see. I'm gonna swap those then. I should sell some of these flasks again, but whatever. That's unexciting. I kind of feel like I might want to use these boots. Or skin. But this is corrupted, so it can't be changed. And I don't really particularly want this sort of effect, so... 44 life gain for each enemy hit by attacks is an actual value. I don't really need either of these. These are getting closer to something that would be interesting to me, but... Okay, let's... Okay, this is the normal contract. Put those away. Okay, so the question is, do I want to upgrade these boots to potentially use them? These are dex-based. But I have enough dex? I don't want to think about it right now. I don't think I do, because I want armor, and this doesn't give me armor, so I don't think I want that. Yeah. I'm getting stuff that specifically makes me better at being armored. I don't think I care about most of these things. Okay. I know I can just talk to Navali.
Welcome.
So these things I don't particularly want.
See you soon.
Okay. Let's go see what Bannon has to say.
We're glad you made it. No, damn it all, that's just too strange to abide. I'm glad you made it. And innocence tells me I need to keep helping you. So that's what I'm going to do. I know my way around weapons and armor, and all things Templar if you should want for further enlightenment on that subject. As for innocence, I don't know. Sometimes he makes sense, other times he's a shattered god, but he'll heal. I'll make sure of that. The High Priest is dead, yet the object of his devotion remains. There's no doubt you did all right bringing that man-turned-monster to heel, but you weren't able to stop him fishing his master out of a river of blood. Damn. Sorry. I never could get the hang of boosting morale. Didn't seem right to polish the edges off harsh facts. Probably why I never made captain. Still, I've been poking around here for a bit and have turned up Utula's stash. Quite the magpie he was. So here, help yourself. When it comes to hunting a god, I suppose every little bit helps.
Probably. Oh, we got some big old gems here, don't we? That doesn't seem useful. +1 to melee strike range. And 10% increased mana regeneration rate. 4% increased movement speed. 4% increased attack and cast speed. This one sounds more useful to me, so I'm going to grab this one.
I'm having a little trouble explaining it myself. I've never been the most devout of men, especially for a Templar, more of a soldier than a believer. But now, innocence himself rests within me. His voice is weak, barely a whisper, yet still he has the power to keep us safe from Kitava's hunger. At least for now. For my part, I'm simply grateful. Grateful that I have a god watching my back, and grateful that he's given me the power to watch others in return. For a long time now, I thought my god's intentions were being twisted by his supposed servants. Did I speak up? No. The pyre would have been my only answer. I did what I was told and drew the lines of morality where I could. Now I understand the truth. It wasn't Innocence's intention being twisted. It was Innocence himself, perverted by the selfish convictions of the men and women who worshipped him. A god answers to the believer, as the believer answers to their god.
Interesting.
The sign of purity. Let's see. A staff bathed in innocent blood. No. Sorry, bathed in the blood of innocence. Yes, Innocence gave a part of his divine self to the thing, and gifted it to the Templar. Now that I recall, I read a tome about it when I was a cadet. Bloody long time ago. I skipped most of the boring pages, so only remember the bit where High Templar Maxarius smote with flame the army of the faithless with one ray of its hallowing light. The book's words, not mine. Outside of my humble flesh, the sign of purity is about all that's left of Innocence. Devotion should be honored, I suppose. For centuries now, the Templar have boiled the flesh and skin from the devout and presented the polished remains for public appreciation in the ossuary. Personally, I think it's one of the better ways to remember those who have gone before us. To touch the bones is to remember neither the legend, the legacy, nor the lies. It reminds you that those bones belong to a man or woman who was just like any other man or woman.
Yeah.
I'd be lying if I said my hands were clean of slavery's blood. I was a soldier. I went where Dominus ordered me to go. I sailed with the expedition to Ngamakanui, killed Karui warriors, and rounded up Karui captives like every other bastard in a Templar uniform. So I don't blame Lonnie for wanting to take back her freedom, and I don't blame her for believing Utula's lies either. I certainly swallowed enough of Dominus's falsities to sicken my soul. It's what we do now that matters. I can see that Lonnie's heart is in the right place, and for once in my damned life, so is mine. To be perfectly honest with you, I don't trust her. Yeah, I've got my reasons. Piety kept her work pretty quiet, but her results were brutally clear. The people she took, the people she changed. Slaves mostly, and a few enemies of God. Enemies of bloody Dominus, more like it. I don't go in for black and white definitions of good and evil, but with piety in her ilk, I make an exception. Whatever's lurking inside Violenta, it ain't good. Not by a long shot.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Just about as unexciting as I expected it to be. Yes, yes.
Innocence blesses your journey.
Ooh.
Greetings.
More stuff here.
You've sent the traitor to meet his ancestors, have you? That'll be an interesting conversation. I'm no Hatungo, but I can foresee Utula walking a long road of trial and suffering before he earns himself a place at the ancestors' table. And just as Utula's journey continues, so does yours, right into the jaws of Kitava. I don't profess to understand the mind of a god, but I know the stories. Kitava is patient. He waited in the darkest pit of Hinekore's realm. He will bide his time while his hunger spreads like the plague it is, and when his tribe is replenished 100 times over, Kitava will rise one final time to finish the feast that he has started. Oriath is merely the appetizer. There's a whole world out there for Kitava to taste. You've proved that you're a hero who can slay legends. Let's see if you can kill a god. Bannon is unexpected. At least, he's not the sort of Templar that I'm used to dealing with. His ideas about innocence almost make sense to me. The way he worships innocence and receives such power in return, it's like his devotion actually brings out the best in his god. But how is that possible? A god is a god. They bless us and they punish us, not the other way around. Yet for Bannon, somehow it's different. When I was a courier for my father's house, I'd cross Cathedral Square 100 times in a day. On the fairest days, that square would be filled to bursting with Oriath's highborn, come to bask in the sun and each other's glowing nobility. It was a pretty sight, depending on where you stood.
And yeah, you sell rings and things. Okay.
For freedom.
Let's go to the reliquary. Yes. Risen Saint. Reliquarian, eh? What the heck's going on over there? What the heck is going on over here? What the?
If only you knew what this place truly hides.
I have no idea what just happened, but everything's gone all smoky. Something's going on. I may be a bit preoccupied with, ooh, fancy axe, with how much is going on here. This tower shield's made of mahogany. Mahogany. Ooh, recipe over this way. Now give me my chaos orbs and my orbs of chance. Casket prowl. And then this guy just hanging on over there. Ooh. Accuracy crafting. Do these go back, or... Yeah, I don't know. Do the crafting recipes that I get here, like, I've heard that they are per league, so when this goes, or this character... becomes... I don't know what the right term is. Legacy, I guess. Will I then get to keep the recipes I've unlocked? Not sure how this works.
Arohongui, daughter of the moon, was preparing for a feast to celebrate Tukohama's return from his war on the first ones of the Ezamites. Tarfor, son of the forest, asked each of the birds to sacrifice one of their kind for the feast. He gave these offerings to Arohongui, who cooked them in a great fire stone pit. Seeing all of those plump birds cooking made Kitava very hungry, and he offered to watch them, to make sure they didn't burn while Arohongui rested during the heat of the day. Arohongui thanked Kitava for his kindness, but while she slept, Kitava ate the cooking birds, flesh, bones, gizzards and all. Upon waking, Arohongui was furious to find that Kitava had lied to her, for saying that he would watch the birds when he truly intended to eat them all up. When Tukohama arrived home in his mighty canoe, Arohongui asked him to punish Kitava for his selfish gluttony. Tukohama, our father of war, agreed and pulled the sharpest tooth from his own mouth. He then asked Arohongui and Tarfor to hold Kitava fast while he cut Kitava's face with the tooth. 2 slashes that blinded Kitava and formed a bleeding cross upon his face. From that day forth, Kitava would never be able to promise to watch that which he truly intended to consume.
Interesting. It'll be added mostly. Yeah, I'm aware that characters get sent to standard. I was just kind of wondering if the recipes would be available in standard. Like if I was like, oh, I enjoy this character, I want to go spend some time on him, and I want to like craft stuff, and I do it in standard. That's kind of, I guess, where the question is. I know that's not a typical thing a lot of people do, or at least that's what I've heard, but just kind of curious about the mechanics is all. It sounds like. Okay. I have looped back around. I want to go this way then. The weird misty stuff has ended. I don't know what that was about. Ooh, there's a Vol thing over here. that's from the Delirium League. Okay. Minus 10% maximum player resistances. I mean, as long as you're not reflecting all of my elemental damage back to me, that's not the most terrifying thing I can read as an effect. It's when I have to eat my own damage that things become real bad for me. Are you the one that made those things happen?
My mana is spent.
Yeah, that's what it is. I regain mana when I kill things. So when I don't have that, it can kind of drain my mana a little bit more quickly.
I am no beast of burden.
Pity. This bow. Man, I keep finding like bows and axes with 5 sockets and no staves. I could really use such a staff. Looks like I have a couple more gems almost. About ready to level up. That's cool. Ding, ding, ding. Fear Ripper. Stop doing things. Get out of here, Timber Axe. You're just very impressive looking, not actually good. It's another one of those axes taunting me with not being a staff. I got hurt. Paraguard of Fervor. Full of rogue's marks too, for some reason.
I am no beast of
I
burden.
don't think I really care that much about this. Like, I could maybe make the space for it, but I can definitely make the space for this flask. I just don't think I care about picking up this ivory bow at this point. My beautiful queen is all I see. She dwells in another world. I know this now. Our worlds are separate realities, but not entirely ones without doors and bridges to offer transport. In our dreams, we make love amidst the coagulation of our victim's blood. The red is our passion, and the gore has become our wedding bed. Soon, I'll be with my love. She will be closer to me than my own flesh. I have learned to spell blood thaumaturgy, forbidden by the Templars, but they have no idea as the power they have ignored. In the streets outside, Theopolis is in a panic. 2 children belonging to noble families have gone missing in the night. As I look out my window, I see the guards questioning beggars and citizens alike. They will not find the boy or the girl. Such precious beings they were. The young girl passed from consciousness before I took her. The boy, so brave, never screamed once, not even as my blade cut into the soft of his belly. They're both silent now, unmoving, and shortly I will join them, and together we shall unite with my queen, a happy family, husband, wife, daughter, son. My knife still drips beside me. I leave this final account in hopes that those who may find us will yearn for the same pleasures I have found, and join us in eternity. Templar Thaumaturgist, Devaro. Well, he's gone off his rocker. Ooh, my Infernal Legion grows.
I am no beast of
Okay,
burden.
what do I not want? I think I want to pick up these gloves. Oh man, that's quality is 14%. Well, obviously, give me these here. Yeah, that's probably fine. That's probably fine. Let's see. Do I have a... Man, I should put that away. Whoop. Oh, I found the tooth. It was a quest item. Let's see. Okay, there's the portal back. I kind of... what I'm considering is I'm considering just using a town portal to... clear out my inventory here. It's feeling a little crowded. One day you eat the fish, one day you feed the fish. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to. I just feel like I've got a bunch of stuff in my inventory, and I just want to clear it out. Let's see. That can just be sold. 50% increased recovery amount, 30% increased recovery rate. Whatever. 30% reduced amount recover, 30% reduced duration. Flask effect is not removed at full mana. Flask effect does not queue. Don't understand what that means. Okay. Let's tooth away. And finish identifying all these things. Okay. This helps accuracy and evasion. These don't have enough things on them to be interesting to me. Yeah. Okay. This one has a lot of stuff going on, but...
I'll see what I can do for you. Good luck out there.
Thanks. Now, where's my portal? Here it is.
To replace the Feast of Birds that Kitava had greedily consumed, Tukohama, our father of war, and Valako, father of storm, went fishing. Although Kitava was blind, he could still cast his line and feel when a fish took his baits. So, Tukohama and Valakor took him with them on Tukohama's mighty canoe. But while they fished, Kitava grew hungry and secretly ate all of their bait of grubs and worms. Disgusted and angry, Tukohama and Valakor decided to use Kitava as bait instead. Valakor used his own jawbone as a hook, impaled Kitava on it, and cast both into the sea. Kitava sank to the bottom of the sea, but instead of the fish eating Kitava, it was Kitava who ate all of the fish that nibbled at him, flesh, scales, guts, and all. When Tukohama and Valakor hauled a fat-bellied Kitava back up from the sea, they were even more furious and knew that Kitava must be punished one final time.
I like that these are narrated by Utula. Seems appropriate. Murder Gnaw. Yeah, there's also the second. Alright, yep, can't quite reach all the way up there. What a pity. That would have been nice. Flame Slicer. I feel like I'm getting a lot of these, like, you know, 20-ish rogue markers things. Just like in random chests and stuff. Slender Visage, eh? A lot of chests around here too, actually. It's funny, when I see Estok, I think of the Dark Souls weapon. Probably not too far from that, really. In so much as it's probably the same conceptual thing. Ah, here we go. This is what I'm looking for.
Tukohama, our father of war, and Valakor, father of storm, took Kitava to Hinekora, mother of death. They asked her to kill the greedy Kitava, for surely their tribe would starve if Kitava continued to live among them.
Need everything.
But Hinekora refused, for death would not teach Kitava the lesson he needed to learn. Instead, Hinekora beat Kitava with a whip woven of her own hair. To Kitava, each strand was a searing lash, and so he wore thousands and thousands of blistering lashes across his back, as Hinekora drove him relentlessly into the darkest corner of the underworld. There she left him to suffer, without water or food, for the rest of eternity. And there Kitava remained, in the darkness of Hinekora's night-clad island, for time beyond measure. There he suffered, waiting for the day that he could return to the world of light, to slake his scorching thirst and satiate his ravening hunger.
Okay. This is, of course, going to have the hair. So this gives us, what we steal in life, we repay in death. Korue proverb. The belly cannot hunger for what the eyes cannot see. Korue proverb. And one day you eat the fish, one day you feed the fish. Yeah, those are all 10% reduced enemy sense thresholds. Yeah, okay. Ah, there's where my 8 chaos resistance is coming from. Okay, now I just need to leave here. Ooh. More level ups. I haven't actually watched a lot of Path of Exile streams. I'm sure I'll be broken of the flask thing eventually, but like I had to accept that I just can't pick up every single piece of loot. Which is not how this game works.
Hello.
Yeah, I don't need that either.
See you.
Yep. That's just such a casual thing for her to say, see you. Okay, Lonnie.
Not all slaves believe Dutula's lies. Some I know have managed to steal a ship and are soon to set sail for Namakanui. Hopefully, with these treasures on board, Valakor will bless their voyage and breathe deeply into their sails. No, I'm not going with them. I helped bring this curse down upon Oriath, so I'll help save what little there is left to save. Here, take something, in thanks for your part in preserving the Karui way.
Ooh. Yes, please. Goodbye.
For freedom.
Okay, now I need to go to the ossuary. Let's see. Yes, 20% increased armor, 5% increased maximum life, and some built-in regen. For all the more that'll matter. I'm probably gonna grab that and then work on this one. This is what, 5 more levels? Yeah. Cool. Ossuary. Yes, that's where we're going. Yeah, I'm sure I could learn quite a bit from it. Ruined Square. Sure. I can turn on as I approach it. Why not? Was this supposed to be here on the floor, or was this supposed to be higher? Okay, so this is an area where they keep, like, the dead. Remains of, like, saints and stuff, I guess. With the idea that gives people an opportunity to, like, connect with their past or something. A blessed orb. Okay, I'm just gonna have to find my way around over to there then. don't know why I picked that thing up. There's a big old bone pile. It's just a big old bone pile. Sure, why not? Let's see. Give me that chromatic orb. It's amazing how much stuff you can get in some of those. Alright, you can just open the sealed remains. Maybe you can even find stuff in it. Relentless Pauper. That's a mace. More of a magical stock over there. Tomb of the First Templar. Physical damage ring too. Wrought from blood and gold, innocence fashioned a weapon of tempered purity, capable of banishing darkness and bringing order to the chaos in men's hearts. Oh, hi.
An empire is nothing more than a standard pitched in the naked earth. The time has come for you to raise the standard upon the peak of false faith, the apex of Chitta's cathedral. Drive it deep into that sacred stone. Mark the death of a faithless empire and slay the slavering kingdom that seeks to consume it.
Okay, you have anything else to say?
An empire is nothing
Nope.
more than a...
You keep going then. This is a shortcut out, isn't it? How very convenient of them. Okay, so now I need to go find the cathedral. I feel like I don't need to go. So now what's this? Blessed Orb randomizes the numeric values of the implicit modifiers of an item. Oh. So it basically just rerolls the values of mods, but not the mods themselves. I see. I can see that being quite useful. Hey, level up. Let's see. I wanted to finish this off. Don't know if that was worth a point or not, but I did it. Here we are. I like a lot about how this game is constructed, actually. With the, like, instances that do vanish and, like, reset and, like, rearrange, but also linger long enough that you can, like, duck in and out quickly if you need to. I quite like that, like, organizational method. Nope, not over here. Yeah, here's what I'm looking for. Can now access the cathedral rooftop. Yeah. Death to purity. Yeah. I completed that quest and I just haven't got my reward for it yet. What's that massive wailing something? I was cursed by something there. Can't exactly follow what, though. Yep, this cathedral's on fire. Yeah, give me that orb of alteration. I don't even know what I leveled up there. I just know I leveled a blue orb up. Multi-strike support. That requires Mordex. It's counterintuitive to me that it's the plus sign that you right-click to dismiss and not, like, just generically the message at large. I don't know why. I just expect it to be the anywhere on the message would allow you to dismiss it. Tava's Herald.
My mana is spent.
Is there something that can, like, reduce how much stuff is like reserving? I mean, obviously I could make it not reserve as much by, like, reducing supports and stuff on my thing that's making it so expensive to reserve. But I was just kind of wondering if there's, like, I don't know, reserve things, reserve less. You know, I could just check the passives to see if there's anything there. Nope. A Wailing Widow's coming to attack me. Reserve. 6% reduced mana reserved. Yeah, right here. These decrease the amount of reserved. You can only have one permanent aura on you from your skills. 50% more mana reserved. Oh, yeah, that's the opposite of what I want. Okay, and there's some more over there that do it, and this right here. Your non-banner skills that create permanent do not reserve mana. I have no idea what that means. So it seems like if I want that, it would be up here in this tree. Hello, Lane Games. I do. I collect Jimmy Flasks. An Enlightened Gem that can help with ores. Yeah, just kind of a random quandary. I mean, obviously, the other thing that would help is just having more maximum mana means that you have more mana post-reserve. Or just more mana regen would also help. So, those are probably the better, like, solutions. If I want to keep things built the way that they are. Okay, it's being weirdly resilient. Every single flask. Cradle of Purity. Oh. Oh, hi. Cannot be slowed, resistant level damage, just chaos. I mean, that hurts. Hey, giant laser beam. Yeah, good job, giant laser beam. I am quite enjoying the game. It took a while to get to the point where I was enjoying the game. Oh, and I just instantly died. I need to be paying attention to what I'm doing. The systems are incredibly complicated, and it just takes a while to like learn them well enough. Ow. Okay, what am I? Oh boy. That's the easy katana. I'm a bit focused on how that just like flattens me. I mean, part of it is I just don't have enough maximum health. Yeah, you do the thing, laser. Champion of the Feasts. I will have to look at chat in a moment. I think for obvious reasons I'm a little preoccupied. Ow. Yeah, giant laser, go. Is less and less inhabiting the statue, I'm noticing. I don't...
The flame of hope may flicker, but it cannot be extinguished.
Oh, you've been permanently weakened by Katava's cruel affliction. You now have minus 30% to all resistances. Okay. Whew. Okay, bunch of stuff to do. Let's scroll up a little bit. Ah, the heart is not the... So if you are serious about doing your own builds, then you suggest getting a program called Path of Building. It allows you to fully flesh out a build before making any major growth mistakes in the actual gameplay. Yeah, I'm still kind of learning the systems and stuff enough, so maybe after the first character I could be interested in something like that. But thank you for the suggestion. I'll have to try to remember that.
There is no shame in falling to a god. Shame lies only in refusing to rise again. You shall soar. That much I'm permitted to foresee. You shall ascend to the peak of your loftiest mistake, and from there you shall pluck a single surviving hope from the jaws of a mortal despair. A ship sails for Lion Eye's Watch not far from here. Be on it.
Okay.
There is no shame in
Interesting. Oh, you know what? I totally forgot to reactivate these. It goes back up to the cathedral rooftop. There's the waypoint. I don't need to worry about that right now. Lily Roth.
I'm Captain Lily Roth, and we sail for Rayclast. Better to live in exile than die on this psychotic bonfire of an island. You want to make it out of here? You'd better get on board. But make it quick, 'cause I ain't got time for tears and regrets.
Well then, let's sail.
Remember, this ain't no charity run. You owe me. Cast off!
Super hard without study or following a build. 1,000 hours in the Path of Exile without build guides or you probably would have stopped at 10 to 15 hours. Yeah, like I will definitely say, like my brain when I first started playing this game, like just learning what was even happening, how the game works took some time, and the game took a little bit to get fun because of that. But yeah, we'll see how this character goes long term. I haven't been following any sort of build guide or anything. But just that way people do know what I'm doing. I kind of guess I started off in this direction. It probably wouldn't hurt. These probably wouldn't hurt that much, but and I basically went for a lot of this like elemental damage increased stuff down over here in this area, and then I've been just grabbing like staff stuff, the block thing, more staff stuff, and then trying to get some more of like defense things going. So that's the general direction that I've taken at this point in terms of this. Oh, and I'm also an Inquisitor that's gone here. So I eventually want to get into these here, obviously.
Alright, we're safe for the time being. Now let me introduce myself properly. Lily Roth. Yep, I'm one of those Roths. Some call me smuggler, others pirate. Yeah, I prefer the sound of nautical entrepreneur. Came up with that one myself. So you come see Lily if you need something, or even if you just fancy a good chat with a lovely lady. Don't think I'd be forgetting that favour you owe to me. In fact, now I think of it, there's certainly a way you can be repaying this most considerable debt. You see, those blasted cultists have been plundering the refugee ships trying to escape Oriath. And if not for my incomparable skill as a sea captain, we'd have met the same fate. But now the drowned dead are washing ashore, and they ain't staying dead. There's been a whole lot of blood, sweat and tears getting these few lucky survivors here in one piece. What sort of captain would I be if I let them get ripped apart by walking corpses? Wipe the Twilight Strand clean of those filthy undead bastards and I'll call us even. Might even throw in a little something extra if you can pull it off.
Ooh. Let's see. Yeah. Most people would have traveled 10 points up or down the tree to focus on nodes. Let's see. Tarkley.
Yeah, I knew Tarkley, if you catch me drift. He's got no time for his old bunkmate these days, though. Too gaga-eyed over his lost cause of a fishwife Nessa. Time was, Tarkley and I would smuggle all about the coast of Oriath. Oh, good days they was. Sweet with rum, nothing but the wind and salt in our faces, freedom in our hearts, and the law on our tails. But I could tell he were getting ready to make feet for children's stockings with me, so I cut him loose. Not a spark's chance under the ocean the dreaded Lily Roth's gonna wind up swelling like some drowned carcass. Still, nice to work with that bugger one more time, just for old time's sake, you know?
Taking deck strength rent nodes. Yeah. Well, it's like... There's probably some stuff where I don't necessarily need to go like all the way around certain rings, for example, but I don't need any of this Warcry stuff. Some of it, too, is I haven't examined the entire thing. It would be good to do at some point. Plus 20 to maximum life is not as significant as the 10% increase to maximum life. Heh. Aha. I'm considering going into the fire thing over here. Hey, thank you for the follow, Lane Games. I appreciate it. That's the one that would be bad. I don't know if I want to go towards that large jeweled socket or not. 20% reduced extra damage from critical strikes, 30% increased armor, 20% reduced. This actually doesn't seem terrible. I mean, for right now, I know that what I want to grab next is this branch to get more health. But this maybe is not bad to go into. The way I see it, a lot of these like plus 10 nodes are kind of the what you have to pay to get to the stuff that actually does anything. Okay, well, let's just wander over here for now. Hello. Oh, this is cool. Oh, this is really cool. Oh yeah, 800 strength is a lot of strength. I currently have 1200 HP and my attack skill is Infernal Blow currently on this weapon. And I have Static Strike on this one. But the Infernal Blow one I think is a bit stronger.
Despite your best efforts, Beast Slayer, a splinter of hope remains. The very seed that brought my beast into existence. The Dark Ember. Never again shall it birth a life so magnificent as the beast. Yet a residue of that power still lingers. Enough to give us a fighting chance against the ravenous Kitava. How do we obtain this Dark Ember? 3 hearts were silenced. 3 hearts must sing again, one last time. In that final flickering of life, our Savior's seed shall be born. All I need are 3 fine souls with which to stoke the flames. Chevron of Umbra, Inquisitor Maligaro, Doldre the Dark Tongue. 3 spirits of near unfathomable resilience and vigor, freed with the beast's final exhalation. So let us begin the harvest. Chevron has come home to Axiom. We shall give her the warm welcome she sincerely deserves.
Okay. Essence of Umbra.
If she is to be of any use to us, the Umbra spirit must be wrenched from her mortal manifestation and lashed to our greater cause. That is your task. For my part, I shall negotiate the terms of her cooperation. With a tragic kiss and lasting embrace, her essence shall pass into me as if she were a sweet breath from the mouth of my lover. It is a sacrosanct sacrifice from all involved. Thankfully for you, all I ask is that you do what you clearly do best. Kill.
Yeah, I need to actually look into how to do it because I clicked add extension and then it didn't happen. I need to try to remember to look into it after the thing. Yeah, I know my resistances have gone down, but thankfully I have pretty strong values in a bunch of the elemental resistances. Yeah, part of it is because I keep my web browser closed while I stream, so that way I don't have that additional resource cost. So I want to try to remember to look into it after the stream. I just have kept forgetting. Yeah.
Yes. Farewell.
But it's really cool to be back here when it's daylight now.
First we hear that Oriath has lost its bloody mind, and then you turn up. Doesn't take a scholar to work out how these two events might be connected. I don't know what's going on out there, and I probably wouldn't understand it if I saw it with my own two eyes. What I do know is this. The world we knew, it's gone. Now we have to do our damnedest to make sure we don't go with it. Nessa. I saw her one night, running out across the coast, headed in the direction of the mudflats. Called out to her, but she didn't even turn her head. Maybe she couldn't hear me. Maybe she didn't want to. I don't bloody know. I tried to run after her, but she'd vanished into the darkness before my feet had barely touched the sand. So I tracked her, all the way to the mudflats, and that's when her tracks, they just stopped. No sign of meeting someone or something. No sign of a struggle. It's like one moment she was running and the next, gone. Look, I've heard some things about what you've done. Things that beg a belief. Now you can do this. Please. Find Nessa. Bring her back to us.
Okay, a lot of things to talk about here. Yeah, like, I've been looking to see if any of the stores sell staffs that are worth using, but I haven't been seeing any. In terms of what I'm currently using, I have this Gloom staff right here, or Gloom Beam, and it's using an Infernal Blow with Ancestral Call support, Elemental Proliferation, and Combustion support. This needs to be replaced, but I have Herald of Thunder, Stormburst, and Firestorm in this headpiece with an added lightning damage support. This right here is Herald of Purity with Infernal Legion support, life gain on hit support, and Summon Phantasm support. Here I have Leap Slam with Fortify support and Knockback support, Summon Holy Relic with Physical to Lightning support, and Molten Shell with increased duration support. And then I have this other staff that has Punishment in it, and then Static Strike with Multi-Strike support and Ancestral Call support. So that's currently what I have equipped. It's adding the extension that I need to do. And I think I need to, like, potentially have additional things that I'm doing to make that process actually work properly. So I'd like to rearrange some stuff that I have going on here, but I need to figure out, like, different armor pieces to make all of that move around the way that I want it to.
Stay sharp out there.
Nefali, you're looking more... less not... I don't know. I don't know what words I'm looking for. Less ethereal. Those have a lot of resistance on them, but again, I'm working on armor. These have no links. Oh, weird mods too. Okay, did anything else here need IDing? I guess not. Never mind then. Let's see, I don't need this. I don't really need these boots. I don't need this wand. There we go.
Fate will find you.
Yeah, a lot of people are talking to Nessa, but she ain't here for me, so. I really like how they've made independent outposts for everybody in terms of like what things actually show up. I think that's really cool. Do I have other hallowed mana flasks? Yeah, I do. How many sacred? I don't know. Whatever, I'll just combine these 3.
Hello.
Life is greater than resistance, resistance is greater than everything else. Yeah, that's kind of the impression I've been getting. Yeah. So I could make these all bigger. I don't need something that big on this guy. I just don't have that much mana. Okay, unless you're doing an energy shield build or a blood magic build. Yeah, I just have some energy shield incidentally. It's nothing that I'm particularly caring about, so. Okay, Twilight Strand. Okay, let's go clear Twilight Strand. This is the area that you start the game in, so that's kind of cool. Hello. I think I'm going to have to work on this new staff that I just got. Message in a bottle. Let's see. You always find E-Shield useful. See that you get damage. Yeah. Okay. Thanks for dropping by, Elaine. Don't be where those are landing. If God wills it, the final account of First Mate Piken, cast away on the rocks somewhere off the Twilight Strand. Near as I can tell, the rest of the crew, along with Captain Crusoe, be dead, or worse. What happens? I'd have not believed it myself had I not seen it with my own 2 eyes. At dawn, a light, green and dark, rose from neath the waves and into the sky. Most of us stood back in awe. I heard a cry rise up from the lower deck. Casting my eyes in that direction, I saw the waves upchuck, and a swarm of ocean crabs cover the vessel. Ravenous and of countless numbers they were, making quick work of the sailors about them. Nothing but bones and tatters of cloth. We fled to the longboats as fast as we could, hoping to leave them ungodly crustaceans behind us. But lo, from within that green pillar of light I saw him, the Brine King. Like a bloated whale he breached the familiar waters, and turned the ship beneath our feet to matchwood. I was flung into the sea, yet managed to cling to some flotsam and make my way to rest on this damnable rock. It seems that ancient Zogoth has a mind to take dominion of these seas once more. Captain Crusoe was right to drown those mutineers in the old king's name. A shame we'd not found more. For now, beneath the waves, I hear the whispers of me own passing, 1,000 clicking pincers. May God have mercy on me, and may someone benefit from this warning. Yeah, so I got a quarterstaff with more mods in it. I'm gonna have to start using this, I suspect. Sockets are a pretty big priority to me. And for now, I'm gonna clear this out.
Go with God.
What is this glob that's following me? Ow. Reese of Abram. Ow. I really shouldn't have stood there where that thing was. Ah. Yeah, I mean, I am working on killing all the monsters. Just something died and shot a giant blob of something at me. didn't like getting hit by it. Or didn't want to get hit by it, rather, is more accurate. That was my own shell going off. Hey, the monsters are taken care of. Excellent. I don't know what that was, but apparently I didn't need it. Apparently there's nothing up here. Let's see. So this adds some cold damage to spells. 24% increased burning damage. Now, what I could... I'm not really doing cold damage, so that's not especially useful as a mod to me. But I can upgrade it to rare and see what I get. I mean, having additional cold damage on spells doesn't hurt. It's really interesting how different the zone looks when you suddenly make it daytime instead of nighttime.
A wretched sight. So many drowned Oriathans cast into undeath. You freed them from their torment, and I'm sure they'd be grateful. Here, that little something extra I were talking about. Though the sea takes away, it gives back in greater measure.
Thank you.
While you be skulking about, I've managed to do a bit of hunting on my own. Got a hole full of baubles and trinkets here, which I managed to procure. Take a look. You might find something particularly naughty to help you on your life's voyage.
Oh, wow, okay. She's a very thorough gem merchant. What the heck is this? Oh. So this is a any socket mine that, or a thing that blows up mines. That's cool. Then plus the weapon with whetstones and alchemy. Okay, cool. So that means Nessa's probably dead. Just from how things work. Alright, so you'd use a scouring, eh? Well, let's ID some stuff first. Oh, this might be good. 12% fire resistance, 13% reduced flak, 12% increased. So this one right now is... this gives me 16 to all elemental resistances, though. It's just that this gives so much armor that I was looking at it, but... Okay, so that turns it... That gets rid of it being a magical item, right? And so it'd get rid of its mods. That's Orb of Regret. What the heck do these do? Grants a passive skill refund point. Oh, okay. This one. Removes all modifiers from an item. Okay. So that makes it normal, and then I can use blacksmith's whetstones to get it up to quality, because that's cheaper when it's that. And then alchemy. This is where okay, an Orb of Alchemy upgrades a normal item to a rare item. Okay. So is an Orb of Alchemy better to use than, like, one of these essences? Shift click to unstack. Because I have, like, a Muttering Essence here. So I have, like, this Remnant of Corruption, which I don't think I want to use. But I have, like, a Muttering Essence of Contempt that adds physical damage. I mean, this one's really weak. 200 weapon. I'm doing a lot of minions. Muttering Essence of Fear. Weeping Essence of Fear. Okay. So maybe alchemy is better if I don't really care about any of the things that these specifically would give me. Okay, well, let's... What is this? Oh, alchemical chalice. Interesting. Okay, so then just use an orb of alchemy and see what I get, eh? Nothing I should do before I do that, right? I'll give a moment for... You'd use scouring, whetstones, and then alchemy. Okay, cool. Let's see what I get. Okay, so it adds additional fire damage to spells. Plus 10% to lightning resistance. Mana gain on kill, which is nice. 15% chance to freeze. Not the most exciting side of things, but it'll do. Now the real question is... which staff would be better to replace? This one or this one? You can still go to hideout. Yeah. I will. Yeah, let's get the staff set up here. Let's ID these boots. Those sure are boots. It's like, I kind of want to keep using these boots for now just because they have sockets that I'm overall happy with.
Welcome.
No, not you. I don't know why. I just get terribly lost in this outpost and go to the wrong place.
Greetings.
Oriath.
Many of the Blackguard are still alive and scattered across Rayclast, but the organization has had its back broken after what happened in Oriath. I wouldn't want to run into a random knot of them, especially as they start to get hungry and desperate, but I believe their concerted search for us has ended. That'll give us some breathing room to face new problems.
Farewell. Yep. Okay. So I can get prefixes, but not suffixes. So I can do a big increase to physical damage. Percentage increases to elemental damages. The fact that this is a level 32 makes me think it would be a good idea. This is also an option. For added physical damage. Like just raw physical damage. 60% of 61 to 103. It's like what, 36 to 60. That's on the low end compared to like that. I mean, I'm open to suggestions here as well. If I should just go like increase physical damage or like what's best for what I'm trying to do, because I don't entirely know myself. You take the flat physical, so that would be this one right here. The 11 to 15 to 23 to 27 mod. Okay. I will follow your advice. I got 13 to 25, which is decent, I guess, for that. Yeah, kind of in the middle. Let's see, I can only add on one, right? I can't add on, like, multiple. Okay, so then this one... Let's see, 58% increased physical damage, 4% increased lightning damage, 9% increased attack speed. And then some physical attack damage as leeches life. This one, minions deal 30% increased damage. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out which staff would be better to replace right now. I feel like this one, maybe? This one just feels slightly better to me, but This also, minions dealing increased damage with the minions I'm doing is maybe a good idea. Oh, this also increases mana generation rate, which is maybe useful. But then this gives more int. I'm not quite sure. This one would be the most direct translation, though. Because I could just take the Infernal Blow and plug it into this. Over attack at the bottom. This one's definitely the one that's doing less. I think I'm going to pull these out here. And work with this one. Okay, let's see. Then the follow-up question is, what do I want to do with this? Do I want to still do Static Strike? I probably want to do this regardless. Let's see. I kind of want... Yeah, I kind of like the idea of focusing on fire, so I might just put Molten in here. Okay. Oh, this would support... Okay, so I need support gems. This doesn't help that. This doesn't help that. This is one of those spots where it's like, okay, I can either do that or I can put like some other supports in. Physical to lightning. I could do this. Hang on. So if I slot that in there, this would then have... Wow, that's a lot of DPS all of a sudden. Then I could also... I actually kind of like the idea of putting the Phantasm support in this one, maybe. Or maybe the Phantasm support should stay over there. Okay, I see how this is work. There's not a link there, so I can just put... Hang on. Unholy Relic. I kind of want to replace this headpiece. So if I'm doing that, if I'm replacing... No, get rid of that. If I'm replacing that headpiece with this Gladiator helmet that I then, like, upgrade and blacks or alchemy. So let's assume I want to do that. So if I want to do that, then obviously these all go. I like Holy Relic reasonably well. This one I feel like I want on something else, though. Oh, what did it not like? There are at least 2 websites where you can search for items you want. One is on pathofexile.com and one is poe.trade. Yeah, it probably detects things that look like links. I should probably make note of those and add them to OK. Moobots make path of exile.com and poe.trade whitelisted links. There we go. I made a note. Okay, I also was thinking about potentially going to that armor as being better, but this one seems probably pretty good for now. Okay, let's just start by improving the quality of this, because I...
The rings that bind grow
Sure.
tighter, the plate thicker.
Oh, 24% increased armor, 22% cold resistance, 11% increased stun, and a terrible reflect mod. Let's actually see what I can do with the crafting bench. Ooh, I can get a suffix or a prefix. Maximum life. That's pretty weak maximum life, though. Okay, maybe I want to get a resistance. What am I currently... Okay. So if I pull this hat off, that doesn't affect my resistances in any particularly noticeable way because I already have plenty of cold resistance. I also don't need lightning resistance. So if I got a resistance, the only resistance that would be super useful to add would be chaos resistance, which I don't currently have. At that point, is a little bit of maximum life really what's valuable? I don't think so. I feel like more accuracy would be the most useful thing I could put on this. Yeah. Focus on one attack as main, so all the spells like Fire Rain thing are useless. But they're fun. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like accuracy is probably the thing that's going to be most immediately useful. Yeah, that's the thing, is I do keep forgetting. Actually, you know what? Okay, for now I know I want Herald of Thunder. Let's drop that over there in those shoes. I was thinking about making this more of a Sleep Slam headpiece anyway. Okay, I'm just gonna grab accuracy because that feels like the thing that's gonna be most useful to me. Because that also helps potentially free up... Is it this ring? One of these rings gave... I thought. Yeah, whatever. Okay, so let's put Leap Slam... Yeah, this was the idea. There, make that my Leap Slam. And I like having Molten Shell. Holy Relic is really useful. Storm Bursts. Whatever. I'm going to just drop that in there for the moment. Okay, let's go back to that town so I can... Oh, this is part 1. This is part 2. There's a new Lion's Watch. Okay, let's see what blue supports are available that I might want to make use of. The supports are over here. Okay. Elemental proliferation, not really. Let's see. Melee? Probably not the most useful. Okay, I'm looking for things that support Molten. Okay, this one would... Oh yeah, combustion support. I mean, combustion support might just be a good idea in general. Or just having both of them. Support skills have plus 75% to critical strike multiplier. That sounds like that might be really good with what I'm doing with my build. Yeah, I just don't have that. Okay. I feel like increased critical support is something that I'm going to want on this. Don't need that anymore. Okay, let's figure out what I'm doing with gloves. Oh yeah, and what I'm doing with that slot too. So this, would this work with elemental damage with attacks support. Support attack skills deal more elemental damage. Iron Will. This one is multi-strike, but I don't think this works with minions. Yeah, no, it says it does. How does this work with... Well, you know what? Let's just let him have it. See what happens. Okay, so I'm probably not going to be using that plate, so I'm just going to get rid of it. And drop these off for now. I guess I don't need this anymore. Yeah. Oh, the, like, auto... What's it called? I feel like I assume it would be over here. Castle channeling support. Cast when damage taken. Cast when damage taken support. There you go. Does not work with Molten Shell, apparently. Cast on melee kill does. Must support both a melee attack skill and a spell skill to work. The attack skill will trigger a spell when it kills an enemy. Not support traps or mines. Of all skills, channeling skills, and skills that reserve mana cannot be triggered. Oh, that's why. Yeah. It's my, my Molten Shell is Vol. So if I wanted to use this, I would want to trade this Molten Shell for the non-Vol variant. It needs to be same level or under. I don't know what CWDT stands for. Oh, same level or less with that one. Okay. But yeah, it explicitly doesn't work with this because it's a Vol one. So I'd need to... I don't think I'm going to worry about that for the moment. What I want to do is figure out what I'm doing with these gloves. Or maybe... Okay, I want to go see if, what's-his-face...
Greetings.
Sells gloves that I would have any interest in. The answer seems to be a very distinct no. Alright.
Farewell.
What do you got going on, Navali? Okay, you just had a questing for no obvious reason. Sealskin, etc. Yeah, okay, so if I wanted to use that, though, it sounds like I would need to replace this with the non-vol version. What is this called? Molten Shell. I have a non here. We'll do that and then go get the casts. Cast when damage taken. Yeah. There we go. That frees up that issue, and then I need to figure out what's going on over here. I like both of those. I don't know. Firestorm is fun. Okay. Let's see. Special War Chief, Glacial Hammer, Heavy Strike, Flesh and Stone. I can also link Firestorm to it. Oh, to the auto cast? Yeah. I would need different equipment, but yeah. Smash Ground, bring forth... Wait, don't I have... something that makes... Let's see, to be able to hit enemies multiple times. In Sand Stance, the spikes are thrust outwards, requires a sword or axe. You're in Blood Stance by default. Purity of Fire. Okay. I think I'm thinking of a... Yeah, one that increases... Okay, let's just grab... For now, let's just grab Punishment and, like, a Static Strike. Not that one. This one that's, like, level 12. Let's see... Yeah, okay, that 16 to all elemental resistance, it seems important. But I could actually lose it without having too much downside. I definitely don't need as much as it's doing. Yeah, that definitely hurts my fire resistance. But this also gives fire resistance. And way more armor. I feel like that's alright. The chaos resistance is definitely an issue, though. Okay. That's enough fiddling around with things. I need to clean up a bunch of stuff here out. I want to hang on to that because I think that's useful. I think the rest of the stuff I'm just going to sell. This was a good hat, though. But those are some boots. Okay, let's just sell this stuff and not worry about it too much.
Still alive, are we?
Yep. Yeah. Okay.
Farewell.
Okay, I don't necessarily want to end on that note. That note feels like a one I don't want to end on. Let's just... Why do you keep having... Yeah, sure.
The rings that bind grow tighter, the plate thicker, the leather
Cool.
denser, all with a single touch.
Cool. I'll take that. Another one of those. What's going on?
Now there's a pair of eyes I could never forget. If the tales are true, those peepers of yours have seen all the wonders of Rayclast by now. And a few things they likely wish they hadn't. Oh, and no need for us to speak of Oriath. My ears are brimful with the sorrows these wretched companions of yours have been spilling. Now, I'm sure you've noticed that Lion Eyes Watch has seen better days. Our once bubbling township has, alas, become a brooding quagmire of gloom and despair. I blame the unrelenting weather. As you know, I am both a humanitarian and a strong believer in the soul-sustaining power of story. Back when I was still captain of the Merry Gull, many days at sea afforded me time to work on my thespian aspirations. I wrote a theatrical epic, a one-man show entitled Cedric and the Buxom Stranger. I sealed the manuscript inside a roll of oiled leather and stashed it in the hold for safekeeping. Perhaps you could salvage it for me from that tidal island upon which my poor ship came to rest. Who knows? Maybe we can bring some joy back to Lion Eyes Watch with a bit of live entertainment.
Maybe so. Oh, you sell stuff now, eh? I guess so. Okay, I'm just gonna poke my nose into the coast a little bit. I should also get my Herald of Thunder up. Warhounds, eh? Magma Flay. That's all incinerated. Ah, a bunch of Takuma's warriors. Interesting. That's one of the, obviously. Ow. Use... Or whatever. I'm just kind of wandering around, looking for goodies. I should maybe try to avoid standing in their ice shower. Okay, so if I want... Make sure I'm understanding things correctly. Once I kill this thing... Ow. Did I kill it? Is it dead? Okay. If I understand it correctly, in order to get the Molten Shell auto-casting, this needs to get up to level 8, is that correct? Be triggered when the total damage taken reaches a threshold. Okay. This gem can only support skill gems requiring level 38 or lower. Okay, so it will work with this. Spells directly take a total of 528 damage. So that's about half my HP. Although I have the energy shield on top as well to help buffer. Yeah, I just wasn't paying the closest of attention to the visual effects on my character because there's so much going on. There's a waypoint. Ooh, solve all the trials of Senesi to access the Cruel Labyrinth. I see. And then here's the Mud Flats. Oh, this totem is shooting fire at me. That's what's going on. Okay. Ebon Killer. Ooh. Bunch of crap to build up into some of those armor's orbs. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I'll probably need to change stuff. And that is front. This is my video card, definitely not the most recent one, and also I am streaming. Oh man. A lot of these bosses around here. Dishonored Queen. Okay, I can still level that up. That one is not going to outlevel the support. Will it warn me if it's going to, I wonder?
He did this to me. The King of Brian. And he wants me to be... Oh God. Please. I don't know how I'm doing this, nor if I may again. Help me. Help us before...
She's turning into a mermaid. Okay, so I do need to keep an eye on it, just to make sure. But hopefully the other one will also level up kind of like fast enough, as it were. What do people usually use the different weapon slots for? Yeah. Now I need more health. That's what I need. Because, like, I can swap to this weapon and have my Infernal Blow. Which is a different set of properties, obviously.
I am no beast of burden.
Oh, you're gonna figure out how to pick that one up. That's not a very good staff, though. A couple of large things in my inventory. Don't need them there. Yeah. Need your armor for the attacker spell. That makes sense. I can see if you have, like, this is my primary attack on a piece of armor, and then you swap stuff in order to get access to, like, a different sets of skills for different situations or something. I need to be spending that soon. Okay, there we go. Now I have a breathing moment. Yeah, because I do want to move towards this. Increased fire damage. Ah, interesting. That actually does make a certain amount of sense. Okay, so I need to go here if I want to get these. But, like, additional fire damage, because I seem to be focusing a lot on fire in particular. Seems good to me. I also need to go a different direction to get some more defense, but... Travel through Prisoner's Gate to the ship graveyard. Search for Nessa. Interesting that they have these very, like, clay people. Sort of aesthetic going on with a lot of stuff. Okay, there's a bunch of territory down this way I haven't been to yet. Never mind! There's a bunch of coasts down this way I haven't been to yet. Is the correct answer to that. Just coast. Very coastal. Get my feet wet. So is there other stuff out here maybe?
Of burden.
Okay, that's fine. Molten Strike. Presumably that increases the raw damage I deal. Get this gigantic thing out of here. Ah, over here. This is the direction I need to go. Nakarui Fortress. Elder Sword. Now that's a heck of a name for a weapon.
I am no beast of burden.
I know you're not. And if I dropped one of those, could I have room for one of these? Nope. Those are gonna sit there then. Rifted gloves. Oh, those might be. Well, my current gloves are doing alright, but... that's almost up. This one really levels quickly. These would just be better, though? Hang on. I can create space for them easily enough. Don't know what I'm looking for out here. I guess Nessa. I'm actually going to want to make sure I'm wrapping up kind of soon. Going a little bit long today because I didn't want to end with a bunch of equipment manipulation. That felt like a lame place to end the day, but I'm kind of looking for the next waypoint now. For anybody who's wondering what's going on in my brain. Maybe kill all the enemies before you worry about loot. Get this out of here. Not like... I guess the answer is I have like a bunch of regulars from, because I also stream Guild Wars 1, and I have a bunch of regulars from that play some amount of Path of Exile, and I have a couple of real life friends that do as well. But I haven't done any partying with anyone. I think that's a thing, right? Full chainmail. I don't think I need that. My current chainmail is pretty good. Yeah, I'm gonna ignore that. Tukohama's Keep. Sounds like an important location. That's probably what I'm looking for. I'm just kind of exploring a little bit to see if this town has, or this map has anything. But, you know, I'm going to go back to that portal. I think that's best plan of action. Makes it so much better. Yeah, I'll have to check. Tukohama's Keep. Crafting recipe.
Spent.
Never mind him and his flashiness. Ooh. Ow. Oh, I see. I need to just avoid the direction the giant flame thing is trying to do. Okay, yeah, but where's your defense? No, stop being in the flame thing. Get that guy back up.
I am no beast of burden.
The soil wants for your blood no more.
Hmm. Well then, that's some interesting statement. Hello.
I am sin, thief of virtue, and it is mine to take what I will from the defeated, to make a gift of it to the victorious. Alas, your mortal frame cannot withstand the unfettered fire of deism. It would turn your blood to mist and scorch your precious flesh black. So choose modestly and choose wisely, for there is much more at stake here than your little hopes and dreams.
Oh. Was Soul of Tukohama, minor god. While stationary, gain 2% additional physical damage reduction every second up to a maximum of 8. So these are just like passive buffs? Interesting. So I have to make a choice between... Wait. What's going on here? Do I make a choice between Tukohama's thing or Tossin Warmaker's thing? I mean, I'm just going to click this because I don't have any other understanding of what to do here. And physical damage reduction sounds good.
Yes? Remember, humanity needs us.
And then this leads back out to the fortress. Well, that was pretty dramatic. Maybe I just want to use a scroll of portal, though, and leave. Ah. You get to pick 2 in total, 1 minor, 1 major. Oh, okay. Are they freely changeable?
done.
Woodful staff. Okay, you know what? This thing is just taking up way too much space. Yeah, I want those gloves because they might be of use to me. The rest of the stuff doesn't matter. Okay. You can change them. Okay. Now I just need to find the next area. Oh, that timer is probably how long I'm in the crazy weird land. That's cool. I'm just gonna refresh my minion there. Oh, I just have a random Herald of Purity running around with me. That works. Okay, so I'm guessing the next area is probably off this way. There's more area here I did not explore. What do you know? I was right. The Ridge. There we go. Cool. Let's go back to Lion's Eye Watch. Wrap things up for today. Let's come down here. Come down to the beach. Don't know about that helmet, but hey, it works. Did I get a golem in Act 4? I don't remember what I got in Act 4. I'll have to look into the golems. I think there was some, like... I think I got something other than a golem. But yeah, I'll have to look into some of that stuff at some point. But yeah, I need to wrap up for today, because I'm like an hour over what I normally would do. So, my next stream is Guild Wars 1 on Saturday. That's the next scheduled one. You can see the schedule in the tab down below. And the next one of these will be on Tuesday. I do Path of Exile Tuesday and Wednesday. And yeah, you can follow to get notified when I go live, and I have Discord where I also make that statement. So, alrighty, thank you all very much for watching. Ooh, just in time for a GeForce driver to be ready to install. And until next time, take care, everyone. Thanks for watching. Goodbye.